But first, we're going to continue with the adventure because we were in a little bit of a stressful situation, actually.
Mhm.
In the last session, we had a few flashbacks. For example, Vita was taken by Kathleen to a visit to the Saltspray Bazaar, while the others were at that moment in their little flashback learning about the sunset dance. So they now know how to do the sunset dance. Tvalga danced with a kobold. You danced with a curly black haired boy. What was his name again?
Aiden.
Aiden, all right. And Thalga, of Naomi, danced with Jorah. So they all had their moment, and Kathleen actually danced with Vita on the beach at night.
Mm-hmm.
But then we are going to go back to the Shamsha Leonidas, the restaurant where you all were. During the conversation with Einar, you also noticed that his headpiece was sometimes glowing up in different colors. And at some point, you also met the prince, Prince Ramil, who had his little dragon body walk into the bathroom of the ladies in this case. And well, luckily enough, you met the prince. He was a little bit impressed by all of you. And at some point, you even were told to introduce yourselves to the king, King An.
Ik hoor geen deurbel nog.
You were asked to introduce yourself to King Anwar Orbaz and the rest of the royal family, including also some kind of special guest that there was. However, when you were enjoying the dinner, at some point Ramil left and didn't come back. And two of you actually went to go check up on him and noticed that he was yelling and, like, in a draconic voice, was loudly shouting at the staff because the eggs that he was supposed to present to the king had disappeared. Some of you noticed that one of the staff members actually was like trying to keep the little sparky dragon contained, and so at some point you followed the trail and were led to a warehouse. That warehouse, you initially had some struggles to get in. You almost got into trouble.
I'm such a good actress.
Yes. But at some point, together with the prince, Talga blasted open the door to confront them, only to realize you were also outnumbered.
Slight miscalculation on my part.
Yes, there were many thieves, and at some point also a very mysterious, strange guy who had like this purple glowing aura around them. And it made Rose specifically unsettled because it was the same kind of vibe she felt when her whole town disappeared. You decided that it wasn't a smart choice to fight because he offered a deal. He could return the eggs, but that would mean either give me 500 gold pieces, or the one who gave the eggs to us, well, it was very simple. You didn't know this guy, you never met him, but still, probably someone down on their luck as well. So, Prince Remiel, who only had at that moment, I think, 300 gold pieces at him at hand, gave all his money and asked the ladies to pitch in. And so you avoided the fight. And you now have taken the eggs back to the Shamsha Leonidas. On the way back, Vita got a headache, and she saw something else happen. She saw that poor Ramil was outnumbered, and the guards that he had brought with him to confront these people were entirely slaughtered. What happened to him, you don't know. It seemed as if you saw another outcome if you didn't involve yourselves. So, now you have made your way back to the Shamsha Leonidas. It is obvious to see that Ramil is still a little stressed, but at least he's calming down knowing that Sparky and the dragons are safe. The dragon eggs are safe. And now you arrive back to the Shamsha Leonidas, where someone is waiting for you, which is Einar.
Oh.
Waar is Vita?
Yeah, she's here.
She fell down a...
Yeah,
Oh,
I
well.
forgot.
Why don't you all tell me one by one your thoughts, or maybe as a group? Maybe you're still having a conversation.
Yeah. I think Vita would just like let out a big sigh, like, okay, good, we survived. Just no dirt on my dress. So I think she's just relieved.
It would have been a shame if your dresses were covered in blood.
I think someone would kill me if my dress got torn up or dirty or something.
Hmm.
We'll only get the dress more dirty though.
True, but still. That's not the point. But okay.
I think Naomi would just also, I guess, also feel relieved because she didn't bring any of her weapons, just the small dagger, and she knows that would not have been enough. Just I guess especially once we get close to
The Leonidas.
Yes. I think it's just a thought of we made it back.
Mm-hmm. Does Rose have any thoughts to share?
She shares the relief and remembering last year's dance lessons, she is nervous.
Yeah.
So with her high heel on somebody else's foot.
Yeah, because because you had we're stressed now. Stressed, meeting the king. Oh no, we're dealing with thieves, and now we're back safe, and we're going up again.
Oh shit,
Yeah,
we're dancing.
Yeah, so she's controlled from the outside, but within she's not very balanced
Mm-hmm.
in the things that she has to face yet. So she's not in a good place in the moment in general.
Mm-hmm. You are now coming up close to the building, and Einar is. You don't have to put him down, but Einar is now within like less than 30 feet away from you. You immediately know that he is immediately staring at you, like like eye contact is like fixated on you, because you know what happens when people get close to Einar. He immediately sees into their mind and has no control over it.
Mm-hmm.
So unless you are trying to actively not think about the situation, he will know everything that has happened.
I guess I would think that it would be the safest option to let him know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Because he will find out either way.
True.
And I think he will want to know what happened, including the vision that I had.
True. Well, who's walking up to him? Because he's kind of like just standing, staring at you, waiting at the entrance. There's nobody else at the entrance.
I guess I would step up, seeing as he's intently staring at me.
Mm.
I think Rose would sort of feel silently protecting you by stepping up first, like taking off the focus off of you, if possible, if you like.
I mean, I don't think it will help, but you can certainly try.
Yeah.
And now that you've stepped a little bit more closer, he actually also steps forward. And like it is, because you're now standing a little bit more forward, it seems that you have succeeded in retrieving the eggs. Is any of you injured?
No.
Although he already knows the answer.
We're alright. The compass worked. So, what we found wasn't ideal, but we got them back.
In the meantime, Prince Ramil is immediately like getting the eggs out of this little cart that he had and kind of like holding them, and also Sparky, who is actually a little bit injured. And okay, I need to attend to Sparky. I'll be later there to dance. So he kind of like immediately just like rushes in. He nods to Einar, and Einar lets him walk inside.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what happened. Although you know that he already probably knows. Tell me what happened.
Well, we're all a little bit reeling from it, but we encountered the thieves that stole the eggs. There was not much bargaining with them, but eventually we secured them, and we got back. But it seems that they were intent on using or selling the eggs or something. It seemed a relatively organized bunch of thieves.
Their presence was unsettling. They had the guards on their side. They were nowhere to be found, the guards.
This is exactly why I thought it was wise to send you. I have been noticing strange behavior for some of the guards. So I thought it was wise not to send any of them.
Right.
Great work. Although, maybe you should be less confrontational next time. You don't know what you could have gotten yourself into.
Does Rose know? I rolled pretty low last time of realizing that he knows what people are thinking.
Roll me an insight check.
16 plus insight.
All the wisdom.
That would be 19.
19. You know that you had a very confrontational thing, as in Thalga blasted the door open, but Thalga didn't say that. How did he come to the conclusion that you were confrontational? Huh?
He's clearly profiling.
Worthy
Just
of
a
a
good
silent
guesser.
frown of thinking.
He clearly knows Vita.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you indeed, like, you at some point you notice him kind of like
That
squint
was
a
the
little bit
fall
to you.
from the tree, yeah.
Yeah. You might notice that he for a second squints at you, but then you notice that the 4 doppels that he had conjured up actually walk outside of the building, stand in front of you. Well, you need to hurry up. The dance is going to begin soon.
All right.
Oh, right, yes.
The dance.
Snaps his fingers. Those 4 doppels disappear.
Oh.
Oh, hurry up inside, ladies.
Yes.
I walk in.
Yeah.
Yes.
We make it to
I
the dancing.
Check myself again to see if there's any dirt. Or
I make a quick pit
anything.
stop in the ladies' room to just check the hair and everything.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And have a quiet mental breakdown.
These 3 walk in, but you hear in your mind, wait.
Oh. I guess I'll make up an excuse and I said, "You guys go ahead. I'll be right there. I just need some more fresh air."
All right. It's strange, but
Are you all right?
Yes.
Give me an insight check.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
Einar caring.
Team.
10. Is there a hint of care here? Is there a hint of caring here happening?
I mean, he asked.
What
so
did you
perhaps-
see?
I don't. Yeah, you know about the vision.
I do.
I don't even know what it was really. I don't know if it's something that will happen or if it's a different outcome. If what would have happened if we didn't go but
What you saw was a temporal possibility. He calls it a temporal possibility.
wow, okay, temporal.
Huh.
Have you had these before?
On average, I have 200 a day.
200. Oof. I hope I don't get them that more often.
I sincerely hope you will not. And you feel like the ice breeze coming in.
No, it was strange. I mean, it hurt terribly. in my head felt like it was exploding. And it was really weird.
What you saw was another way how events could have unfolded if you had not been there.
Then I guess it was a good thing we were.
Yes. You should be highly aware that these outcomes do not mean that this is destined to be. It is a possibility.
Is there a way that we could manipulate them, or perhaps that if they would happen more often, that they would happen before something has happened, or is otherwise it just feels like a burden, I guess.
At the word that when you say burden, you notice like the eyes squint a little bit further. Focus on your studies at the Cursebreakers Academy, and possibly the answers will come to you themselves.
I will, Father. There's no one around, right? I checked. Can I check before I say? No.
Give me a well.
I said it already.
Ja.
It's okay, I said it already.
Er zit zo'n waiter op zijn smoke break die ernaast staat van...
What?
Someone just walking out, just immediately just doing a 180 and just
Like,
away.
no.
To everyone else, you are a servant to me.
I know.
But I'm happy that you're all right. And like you notice, like squinting with his head.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your help today.
Let's go inside.
I don't know. Hurry inside, like, oh, this is so awkward.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Such tense interaction.
Yeah. On the other hand, the other ladies, you quickly went to freshen up a little bit. Thalga maybe like put her makeup a little bit on. I don't know if she has a lot of makeup on.
Powder the nose.
Like all the different smells that were available, all this different types of. Yeah.
Make sure the poofy dress is not crumpled
Make
up
sure
by
we're not
being
sweaty.
And
Yeah.
Vita actually catches up with the rest in the hallway back to the fancy room. So in that hallway over there.
Help you get it back in order after it was tied up, of course.
Mhm.
Oh, hold on.
Wat val je uit?
Nee, dit is niet Vita, maar maakt niet uit.
Dit is toch Vita?
Ja, maar Roos stond daar. En Vita
Oh.
stond in de... Maar maakt niet uit.
You've caught up to them. And Einar is probably like 10 steps behind you.
Yeah. Guys, do I look okay? I haven't been able to look in the mirror.
You look
since
great.
we got back. Thank you.
You still look fabulous. Don't
Thank
worry.
you. Is my hair still okay?
Oh, you look fine. They're a little stressed, but fine.
Don't we all look stressed? I mean, we just got into a very dangerous situation.
Oh, it was actually kind of exhilarating.
Okay.
Speak for yourself.
That says something about you, but okay.
I mean, exhilarating maybe a little bit, but
Next time I'll bring my
Dangerous.
weapons.
yes, that specifically would have been nice to have.
You make your way back to the very fancy room, where at that moment in time you see that the tables are gone, and you notice that like people are like standing at the edges. So it's the guests that were there previously, except for the moment that Prince Ramil isn't yet there. I'm going to put them all down. Just like they're kind of like all on the side, waiting. Doesn't matter in which order. Maar ik moet ze wel eventjes.
Bunched up on the floor.
Ik moet wel ze eventjes in volgorde zetten, want jullie gaan natuurlijk zo meteen rollen met wie je gaat dansen.
Ooh.
Yes, it is not gender specifically bound. So.
Mhm.
En nummer 10 komt zo meteen erbij, maar die is er nu niet. Dat is een nummer 11. Want fate is going to say that each of you is going to dance with Einar anyways.
Lovely.
Yay.
Well, he is.
Can't wait.
He is our chaperone, so it seems almost natural.
True. The moment that you walk in, immediately someone... Hi ladies! You disappeared for a little while again.
Did we?
Well, we had to powder our nose. What kind of gentleman are you that you ask ladies such questions?
Huh?
Hurry off, scurry off.
Okay then. Okay then.
Wow.
If there's one person I do not want to dance with,
I mean, he is the one in charge of the mission
Expedition.
we want to go.
I know, but I can only as a player, not as a kind of cat,
Yeah,
more like
true.
as a player,
Although this lady also seems very unpleasant, but okay.
or the snake one,
The lizard lady.
Yes.
the priestess Yasmin, was it right?
It is obvious to see that the king is kind of like, and now for the sunset. Immediately, the group notices that his main attendant is wants to walk towards him, and points to Bo and after an awkward minute of waiting, because you notice that the roof panel opens up. There's 3 assistants who pull on different levers, and the roof opens up and moonlight shines directly in.
Oh.
And when the moonlight shines in, you notice that there are very kind of fancy crystals that are being brought down in all kinds of different colors, and the moonlight actually shines into it. Noticing kind of a disco ball, a disco lamp.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of the colors are kind of spinning around a little bit.
Oh, it's
Nice.
cute. Fancy.
A little kaleidoscope.
You do see this happening though. So are you going to ask someone what this is about? Or are you just going to wait and watch?
I'm just going to admire all the reflections and the lights.
Some point, Aina also steps forward and is so ladies, you are going to participate here as well. Simply put, when the light of a particular color reaches you, notice the same ray of light on someone else, and you will dance with them until the color changes and you move on to the next person.
Oh,
Ah,
how quaint.
it's a fun way.
Some little bit of a magical system.
It is said that Solaris themselves decide who you dance with. How do I say this? To establish communication with others, to establish new friendships. That is the way how this works.
It sounds like a good one.
I hope you have a pleasant evening. As initially, he
Yeah.
steps to the side.
So much nicer.
Does he pick up on my feelings towards dancing in particular, or anything?
He doesn't care. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he probably doesn't care.
He cares, he doesn't.
But
That's just this tiny smirk,
Yeah.
I can't wait for you to step on someone's foot.
yeah, but I'm gonna have to dance with him too.
Initially, he believes that he's not going to dance because he steps to the side, away from the lights.
Alright.
So,
So he doesn't know.
he doesn't know.
All right.
Because there's nobody in charge of the system except for a literal idol in the sky. So there's nobody to sense whose mind he's going to read. So he doesn't know.
But to be honest, you can see the gears turning. It's clearly a mechanical system.
True. Give me an insight check. Oh no, give me a history check.
History. Gaan we weer zo beginnen? 1. Plus 2 is 3.
Okay, you may not know the exact cousin who made that, but there is some kind of mechanical system made from Saradbat in there. However, Sadbarat. But you do notice, thank you, but you do notice, some of those gears are not actually attached to anything. They're floating.
Very clever, cousin. Making it seem like it's working on its own.
Have a little faith in magic.
But it's very pretty.
It is.
You have noticed that Dimitri has also shown up, just as you asked.
Ooh. Ooh.
Okay. Simply put, all of you four are going to roll me a d10, except for you in the first round.
Waar is mijn die? Dit is een D12.
19 is dezelfde als de... Nee, dat is een D8.
Oh.
Eentje hoger.
Ja.
Zelfs als de percental daar.
Ja. Oh, oké.
Godsam. Wat is dit? Is het een 7 of een 1? Nee, het is een 1. Dit is een 7.
Oké, dus jullie hebben allebei een 1. Dan moet ik jullie vragen om nog een keer opnieuw te rollen.
Je hebt toch zelf die dingen gekocht?
Ja. Maar ik gebruik hem niet zo niet elke week. 2.
Oké, dan moet ik nog een keer.
Godsam. 3. Dan kan ik zeggen 3.
Oké, 4.
0. Dat is een 10.
Dat is een 10. Dus dan
Yes.
mag jij kiezen, want it moves one number over. En jij mag gewoon kiezen. Je mag kiezen, dans je met Bo of met Dimitri. Wat was jij? 7.
Ook 10.
Oh, 10. Dan krijg jij Prins Remiel zo meteen.
Oh, waarom ik niet?
Weg.
Ja, maar jij kan de knappe barman van Naomi stelen.
True.
Of the attendant to the king, the fisherman from yesterday.
Ja, Bo.
Okay, that's good. As you have made your choice, you notice that there's like moonlight now shining in, and there's like in this case a blue beam is like coming towards you, and it kind of like you are like in a spotlight.
Oh! Oh god!
And you notice that like also another light of blue is like going into Bo in this case, who is initially like, oh, I don't want to dance, but I'm here to help my king. So, initially there's like a yellow beam coming towards you, but there's no other yellow beam. You actually get a green beam, and when you focus the green beam, awkwardly enough, at some point you also notice that Einar is kind of like standing in the side in the shadows. A green beam is straight on him. Uh-oh.
Well, Lumin, it seems that it is destined.
I can so see this.
I hope you're wearing your dancing shoes.
He's not wearing shoes at all.
All right. So I scratch that.
Remember, the
line.
flooring here is heated.
I forgot that he's barefoot.
And
That's my line.
a red beam of light comes towards you. And this red beam is... And then you notice a light is coming onto Dimitri. And like, he looks at you and smirks. Like, simply put, you couple up for this first dance, and each of you just gets a very short conversation with the other.
But not me, because he's not here.
No, you are kind of like awkwardly like, what do I do? Other people also couple up. I'm not going to bother with that. But you are like... And at some point, he rushes in and like, I'm a little bit too late because other people are dancing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you stand there. And then the yellow beam is like coming into...
spotlight op die arme man.
So we're going to do your little conversation at last. We're going to start with you. As, he bows to you.
I bow back.
And, well, who's going to take charge?
Do I, from the way we approach each other, does he seem like someone who would take charge in the dancing?
Give me an insight check.
Goed dat je dat er nog bij
Insight 9.
With a 9. You were joking back and forth, but you're a little unsure. But it does seem as if he approaches you. So maybe he wants to take charge.
Then I'll let him take charge.
Okay. He meets your hands, and your little dance begins.
Mm-hmm.
And as it's typical of the one who receives the invitation, so the one who follows, to ask the first question.
Okay. I guess I would start with, so you decided to come and dance after all?
Yes, I did. I thought it was nice to accept your invitation. Besides, it has been a while.
From during this, do I get the sense that he's dancing really decently or well, or if it has been a long time?
A natural 20. He dances perfectly.
Wow.
Well, you could have fooled me.
It's obvious, like in the hand grip and like where he kind of like holds you, that like he knows, and he's almost kind of like guiding you as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of like very like it's like a perfect performance almost. So you sense, okay, he has probably done this lots of times, or he has seen it a lot of times, and he memorizes it very well. Probably also noticing his hair is kind of like glowing up a little bit, just like last time.
Mm-hmm. I would just, because he said like it's been a while. I said you could have fooled me. It's like almost natural to you.
Thank you. And now I get to ask a question as well. So, as you are dancing, Naomi, right?
Yeah.
Naomi, what do you strive for here in Concordia? As a twirl happens.
I want to join the
Stewards of Solaris.
Stewards of Solaris. Yes, thank you.
I see. Well, considering what happened earlier, I think you handled that situation quite well. So, I hope you achieve in your endeavor.
I hope so too, but there's a long way to go.
It is indeed a long way. The lion folk, who is like 3 times your size.
I think it looks ridiculous because I'm tiny and he's huge.
Nice to see you again.
Hello. Good to see you. How are you?
Reaches out. I'm doing fine. Although you immediately notice he's kind of like eyeing at the king because he's his main attendant.
Yeah.
You get to ask a question. It is obvious that he's going to lead.
Yeah. I wouldn't have thought it over.
He almost have to like lift you up. Like,
Yeah, I can't keep up. His steps
like,
are too big.
He just holds you like this. And
yeah, he's like
like a little puppet.
Like a child.
Like a ragdoll, just like hanging there.
He probably.
Although I am trying very hard to do my best.
Give me a performance check.
Oh no.
Just for funsies.
Not bad.
16.
On your heels, like standing up, like. You do have excellent steps. Who taught you? Oh wait, apologies. You have the first question.
That's alright. I see you're very concerned about the king. If there's anything that will happen, it's totally fine if you go and attend him, even if we're still dancing.
I appreciate that, but I would not want to insult Solaris by not following their instructions.
I get that, but sometimes we have to make difficult choices. And I do see that you care very much about the king.
Your concern is appreciated.
Honestly?
Yeah. And now for my question. Who taught you?
A friend at Einar's Palace taught me.
You can give me an insight check.
A friend.
Okay. 4.
You notice that the eyes squint, but you don't know exactly why. A friend. Okay, well.
She's a very good teacher.
Your friend's steps are reflective of you, or are pretty reflective on you.
Thank you.
I have the idea who may have taught you. You dance similarly.
You might know her if you work with. I think you worked with Einar pretty closely in the past, right? You might have come across her.
Maybe I have. It seems obvious that he's not very keen in this topic. So, what has brought you to the Cursebreakers Academy?
There was this incident at the town that I'm from, and Einar recognized my supposed talent, and he offered to teach me at his palace, and then after offered me a place at the Cursebreakers Academy.
I see. Well, I hope you will succeed at the Cursebreakers Academy.
I have a good hope, but I will work very hard for it.
I also appreciate your assistance what happened earlier at the ruins.
You're welcome. If there's anything else we can assist with, I am sure we will all be glad to assist you further.
Possibly.
Am I within earshot of this? Because I did not agree with that chase.
I'm assuming there's music.
There's music going on. It's a little too loud.
Okay.
We're moving on. Einar is sighing because that light beam is following him. However, he kind of remains standing initially, trying to ignore it. What do you do?
Well, I would take a few steps forward, but recognizes the uncomfortableness of the situation. So she would try to maybe quietly mention, like, feel free to lead, I'll just follow.
Ik kan er niet bij zijn.
Met het gewoon over.
Ja, nee, ja, sorry. Ja.
I suppose it would be an insult to deny. And he steps forward, and yeah, like you kind of like he just steps to the middle of the dance hall, and like the green light following him.
Talca just takes stride next and
Yeah, you're
follows the dance. He is somewhat taller than me.
Give me a Constitution save at the moment that you make contact with him.
Oh, because he's cold.
Oh, I probably have to activate my armor. It has healing. It has heating. Oh nee, dat heb ik helemaal niet nodig. 19 plus 4 is 23. Oeh, a little chin.
His touch is ice cold, but you manage to compose yourself. Do you have a question for me?
Feel free to not. I understand you are very focused on your privacy, so feel free to not share. But I couldn't help but notice that beautiful dark gem that you're wearing. What kind of material is that?
It is a nullstone.
Weet Talga wat dat is?
Absolutely no idea.
Oh, is it an heirloom?
That is 2 questions. I now have a question as well.
Ooh, that was cold. It's as cold as
My
ice.
question to you is to not bring up my jewelry again.
Oh,
It's not really a question, but it's understood. My apologies.
Ask your second question. Awkward mood.
Ja, Talca heeft nu moeite om de 1001 vragen die ze heeft over zijn crystal niet te stellen.
nu was het alleen nog maar weer.
That's another cold save then.
Godsamme. So, have you already thought of what your curriculum will be next school year?
Hot water.
I suppose I can enlighten you to a little bit of the early year. One of your earliest classes is going to deal with ambushes.
Oh,
What you have to do to protect yourself.
sounds very useful when heading out into the desert.
Yes. And then at the moment, almost when the light almost like is going to turn off from you, Or when sudden people appear out of nowhere, I suppose. Give me an insight check.
Dat is adequaat. 15.
Is he referring to what happened earlier with the thieves? When other thieves suddenly randomly showed up? Ooh.
How very insightful.
A little too late, but because Ramil walked in halfway through and like rushes up to you and like he would take charge unless you are confidently enough going to like because well you have been waiting on him.
I have, but I'm absolutely not confident this time.
Okay.
I'm just in a pretended control, calmly waiting on him.
Okay. I'm going to see. I'm going to check his performance. Which is 6. So
he sucks.
he's
He's just out of breath.
He's out of breath. He rushes in. He kind of like moves forwards, and like because he has 2 dragon claws, he kind of like lunges forward, trying to grab hold of you. Which ow, and like immediately apologies. I'm just a little stressed.
It's alright. It was quite a situation.
Yes.
Um,
Do you have a question? As he kind of like tries to lead you into the dance.
yeah. Well, my first question right now would be: are you all right?
Sieglind has calmed down. Sparky is all right. The eggs, I can present them to the king. It'll be all right. I'm just 300 gold lighter.
How's your blood pressure? Sorry, second question.
You can probably feel his blood pressure, like from his claws, like.
He's barely holding on.
Yeah,
This is so uncomposed of me.
it's fine. Sorry for asking second question. Your turn.
The light is almost off. Where do you come from? He doesn't know. Where do you come from?
I come from Kilcarry.
Let's see if he knows about the history. Calcari, the town that was drawn into sand.
That town.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, I have lived for in a neighboring dwarven town of France for a good while now, and well, we have a very kind backup. So.
okay. Well, like you notice that the light is shifting. I'm sorry to hear that, but I do wish you the best, and maybe we get to talk another time. As now we're going into the second round. So, you can't redraw the number again. Dus als je hetzelfde nummer nog een keer rolt, dan moet je dan raak je nog een keer te rollen.
Mm-hmm.
This time, Rose does not get a choice.
Oh, 8.
8.
Dan moet ik weer opnieuw rollen.
Hol maar vast.
You get a deer man.
I don't get a choice,
5.
so I don't.
I don't know who that is.
Wat? Nee, jij krijgt
Nee.
Aina.
Dan mag jij eerst, denk ik.
Dan mag jij kiezen.
10 was toch kiezen?
Nee, je hebt hoger gerold dan ik. We hadden hetzelfde.
Ja.
En dan word je hoger, dus jij mag eerst.
Het was 5, dus heel simpel. Jij
Nee,
kiest voor...
Allebei 8.
Je had allebei 8?
Ja.
Allebei 8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Do you want to dance with the prince or do you want to dance with the princess? Or the priestess?
Prince.
Salga will take the prince.
Then you get the priestess. The lizard folk priestess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We're just going the line off again, but we'll start with you this time. As Einar had hoped to step away, he stepped away towards the shadow. Immediately, spotlight is on him again.
Like the first one in the room.
And then the spotlight is on Rose. So,
Okay.
you do this on purpose now, don't you?
Just glancing sideways. Oh dear.
Moves up to Rose.
Move forward.
The moment that you make contact with him, make a Constitution save.
Natural 20.
Oh,
Einar's now chilly.
He's warmed up a little.
He's spraying.
yes. You make physical contact with him. You feel the coldness creeping in, but then you feel like a warmth over you as well, as in the divine light that kind of like washes over you as well. Although you do still sense as your necklace is still a little darkened compared to earlier, because the necklace darkened during that encounter with the thieves.
With my choice that I wanted to make.
True, but that doesn't mean that your patron agrees. However, he steps forward. What is your question to me?
I'm sorry, I forgot what you will be teaching to us this year.
My focus will be on defense against the arcane, especially if you have some expedition that you might be interested in.
True. Yes, I am actually looking forward to that class very much.
Then I hope that you'll be on time.
So do I. This is the stress level rising.
Stress points +6.
Your question, sir?
How is your mother?
She knows that.
He already knows the answer probably, but how is your mother? There you sense a tone of care in the voice as well. He says it a little softer.
If you'll excuse the manner of explanation, Cole. Yes.
Wow.
She did excuse herself.
That is all right. None offense taken. There is still a little time left, so you get the second question, as his answer was really short.
What did Rose sense earlier or see earlier with the gems on his?
A silver gemstone was glowing up when you were talking.
If I may ask, I noticed a silver gem glowing up when we were talking for the first time. I was wondering what it might mean.
He's going to give the same answer. My question to you would then be to not ask about my jewelry. And you sense...
Everyone keeps asking him about the jewelry.
Yeah, what else should we ask him?
Give me an Arcana check.
Arcana check.
Yeah.
He's not exactly an easy
14.
person to talk to.
You sense an emanating little bit of purple glow coming from that black stone that he has around his neck. It is the same color that he has in his hair as well. It kind of unsettles you for a second before the light actually goes off to go to the next round.
So my eyes just shift nervously a little bit, and he probably knowing what I'm seeing and thinking, and just calm.
We shift to you.
Pijn. Dat is helemaal prima.
Like huge.
Oh my, your highness.
What do? Will you lead? Or Because he seems to be like in the state of letting you choose.
Is he inviting me to lead? Perhaps, Talga had to follow with Einar because he probably wasn't going to do anything else. So Talga will be a little bit direct and just starts leading the dance.
I appreciate women who know what they want.
Ooh.
So, as you are leading him in this case, that means I get the first question. Are all of your inventions as great as they say?
That is
Flirty.
Is he flirting with you?
Just so that you know how he looks. Like, his cape is like flowing behind him.
Magically flowing.
Well, I do my best, of course.
I have heard of the Saradbot inventors. We could use some help in the royal gardens. Some systems aren't properly working.
Oh. When I get to it, I'll write to my family.
Well, we need someone here in the city.
Is he asking you out on a date?
Oh, I wouldn't mind visiting a botanical garden.
I'll keep it in mind. Access to an extracurricular activity.
Ooh.
The prince.
A date.
No, the gardens.
Oh.
And then afterwards, the
You still have room for a question.
Both at the prince
What
and the
would I
gardens.
ask him? Ooh, what would I ask him?
Are you seeing anyone? Do you have any interests?
What's your favorite food?
What's your favorite color?
So, what do you think of the Lumen?
Lumen Einar has of course been very close to our family. Practically family of my own, of course.
He seems a little frigid.
Well, there is a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Well, if you're the last one standing of your entire culture, I suppose you can get a little cold.
Understandable. Estalga is just drowning in those pretty orange eyes.
They're looking up like sparkly.
Ooh.
Well, you were an excellent dance leader.
Oh, you're very much welcome.
I do hope you will take up on that invitation.
I'll certainly look into it.
Playing hard to get, yeah?
Oh, that's a respectable woman.
It's just a different strategy.
Cease.
A deer man approaches you.
Oh.
You have no idea who this is, but the horns are ginormous.
God.
And younger appearance, green fancy clothes. You also notice like a 7-pointed star, like insignia, and like a deer insignia on the side of the clothes.
Mm-hmm.
And like
That's
steps
pretty.
forward to you and is just expecting you to be the follower, unless you do something.
He's expecting me to follow or to lead?
He's expecting you to follow.
I mean,
Definitely.
I guess I follow because I think Kathleen might have told me that most men.
It's typical, but it does not have to be the
I
rule.
know, but I think she taught me that it's most of the time it's expected to follow as a female, and I guess she just doesn't want to get into more trouble with her father, so she doesn't. She's on her best behavior, so I don't think she will make a problem of following.
Okay. Kind of like, he doesn't really ask you for the question. He's kind of just like looking at you. He seems a little stiff in the movements. It seems as if he doesn't know the dance very well. You obviously know the dance probably better.
Is there a way that I can subtly ease into leading?
Let's do a performance contest. So you roll for me for performance and I roll for performance.
Okay. 19.
A natural 1.
Oh, yes!
So at some point, he accidentally, with his hoof, hits on your toe.
No!
And you might be like,
screaming on the inside.
Yeah.
Like, no, no!
What do? Because you get the chance here to take the control.
I try very hard not to show that I'm in extreme pain.
Because it's a hoof, right?
Yeah.
It's a deer hoof.
On my bare toes, because I'm wearing open shoes.
Hoof.
I suddenly check if my toe's still there.
Yes.
It's not bled or anything. And then in a turn, I take over the lead and keep talking. I keep talking. They're like, so, what is your name? So to try to distract them that I've taken over the dance.
I am Louis Herskowitz, council member of Sevenfold.
Okay, my name is Vita.
Well, then I have already asked my question. So what is your second question then? And I is annoyed that you took charge.
He sucked so.
Prick.
You can obviously sense a form of entitlement, and now that you've taken charge, and it would be rude to, it would be very rude if he immediately no.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a sense of. What is your second question?
So what do you do on the council?
On the council, we mostly keep Sevenfold in check, and we discuss with the other nations developments, plans, people who would need to be thrown in jail, all typical things.
That sounds like noble work.
Yes, it is.
Do you enjoy it?
Absolutely not. I do it to spite someone.
Oh, anyone in particular?
None of your business, really.
Alright, I mean, sure. I was just trying to
mention.
make conversation.
Well, I'm just here on a business trip, and I was brought along.
So you do not enjoy tonight? You're not having fun?
Well, it would be rude if I... It would be rude if I said no, but I would have rather been asked somewhere else.
Where would you rather have been?
I suppose that's also none of your business.
I mean, you don't have to share, but there's some great sights in the city.
Roll me een persuasion check.
Leuk dit.
Ja,
Ook echt gewoon 20 vragen gesteld al.
Ja, daarom. Dus we moeten even
Persuasion,
afkappen.
toch?
Ja.
18.
At some point he's like, I don't like dancing. So I would have preferred another form of entertainment. A play or a show or something else.
I'm sure there are lots of great spots in the city where you can do that, but I guess it's appreciated by the king that you're here today.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
So let's make the most out of it, I guess.
And then the light goes off, as in immediately just leaves.
Okay, bye.
Just very rude. We move on.
My toes! My poor little toes!
Yeah, maybe you get to say ow now.
I'm trying not to cry.
Hyperventilating.
A feminine lizard folk with you can obviously see that she is dressed quite revealing, but there is all kinds of intricate little gems. Artwork can't really represent it, but there's little golden details everywhere.
Like jewelry kind of thing.
Jewelry, yeah.
Okay.
There's all kind of little gemstones on it, all kind of It's very detailed. She steps forward and like expects you to lead. As she probably sees herself as the feminine one here in this case.
Yeah, Naomi will take the lead.
Okay. Defined muscles on you. Is that true?
Is everybody flirting today?
Doesn't have to be flirting.
It's not
it
really
just means
flirting.
Observation.
Yes. That you have good eyes.
Where are you from?
I'm from the Soarlands.
That is so far away. That's on the other side of the world for me.
Yes, that's true.
Now you get to ask a question. As she kind of like dramatically does like poses, like as you kind of like at some point you maybe like have to make a twirl, and she like
Wow.
like
She's the main character.
Yeah, main character energy.
Oh god. Remind me, what she was from the south, right?
She was from very far in the desert.
Yeah.
She was the special guest you saw on the list.
Yeah. I mean, I remember last session we had a little bit about it.
And you also saw that she was also at the opening ceremony of the Cursebreakers Academy. You saw her follow after another group.
She seems relatively important.
That's true. I noticed you earlier at the Cursebreakers Academy. What are you joining up, or?
I have enrolled on invitation by the king himself. The political situation down south is delicate, and they thought a high priestess would be perhaps able to have more influence over here. Although the other invitee had denied that request, so unfortunate.
Very unfortunate, I guess.
And you are also at the Cursebreakers Academy?
Yes.
As you notice that she kind of like moves in a little bit closer, like as if like the seductress archetype, and like whispers with like
with half her face.
Yeah. And you're also at the Cursebreakers Academy?
I am, yes.
What do you specialize in? Except for muscle training.
Now she's flirting.
Oh my.
Weapon mastery.
I could have given that answer myself. But it's good to know. Final question.
Tough questions. What is all this like? And I sort of, in a smooth motion, run my fingers like across all the different decoration things. Why do you have so much decorative things?
Well, it would not be right for a priestess, a leader, to not show themselves in wealth and expulsion and extravagance. That is to show my status and to make sure that people know that I should be revered in the room. This person has a high ego.
She's a high priestess.
Besides, there are many different people here in this room to keep an eye out on. I like that lion man over there, but I also like the prince as well.
Do I get the sense what she means with this last statement?
Give me an insight check.
That is, I think it's 18. Yeah, 18.
There's a sense here of definitely like a seductive, perhaps romantic or sexual even, but with an 18, there's like a squint in her eyes that maybe like, it could also be political reasons.
Certainly many different interesting people here, yes.
As the lights go off, well, it was nice dancing with you. I hope you will be such a great leader in other places as well. And then steps away.
Okay.
Let's
Naomi's ego is just like...
let's roll again. So, this time, Vita does not get a choice.
Ja, echt gewoon 3 ongemakkelijke dansjes achter elkaar.
6.
I'm not having a great time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You get this one.
Wat had jij?
8.
Oh, moet ik opnieuw.
Oeh.
7.
1, 2, 3, 4.
You get fun ones as well.
En je had 8, dus dan krijg jij de prins. Krijg jij de Prince of the Lions. We'll start with you this time.
Almost only princes.
Wie is dit?
You actually do not know who that is. Although they do, like, strangely remind you of the headmaster of the academy that you've seen by the opening. Okay, the image does not want to load, but just take a good look. White lion, fancy robes. You do notice like a card deck on the side
Is
here.
this a male or female?
Female. It's a woman.
Ja.
Okay.
And we start with you. She, in this case, walks up to you, and like you get to decide if you want to lead.
I just got a massive ego boost, so I'm gonna lead.
Okay.
Oh my. You just grab her and twirl.
Well, not that direct, but yes.
You notice that she is like her movements are just as like not as like over dramatic as her, but like precise and like following the rules of this dance to a letter. Like not be over dramatic, just clear, concise. And she asks you, "It is your 2nd year on the academy, isn't it right?"
Yes. Yes. 2nd year.
I see. I heard that you had performed excellently in the 1st year of my brother.
Do we get a sense who the brother is?
I think that you can put 1 and 1 together.
So he's the headmaster.
The headmaster, yeah.
I guess I don't want to boast too much about it.
Well, fortune does favor the bold, they say.
Maybe.
Do you have a question for me?
What is your name?
My name is Ramarika Whispers.
Ramarika.
Ramarika.
Whispers.
Whispers.
Not whiskers, but
Whispers.
Yes, okay. I see. You're the headmaster's brother, sister then.
I am.
Yes.
Do you have other interests besides weapon mastery?
That is a tough one to answer. I have many interests, but none as great as weapon mastery. It's what I grew up in, and it is what I live for to perfect.
Dedication is great, but sometimes you must also leave things up to fate. So, if you ever come across something that you think, that's something I'd like, then you have to go for it. That's what I always say.
Do you now?
Mm-hmm.
So what is something that you went out and grabbed that you found to your liking?
Okay. What is your intention with this question?
Just my intention is to like have her give me an example from experience, I guess.
Even over denken.
Sort of like she's trying to like for herself, like, what do you mean with what you say by giving an example?
At some point, you like for a second you see like her eyes, like because they're green, they kind of like glow up. Well, I certainly have pushed my brother into establishing this wonderful Cursebreakers Academy, but there are other activities that the Cursebreaker Academy provides, but only to the best of the best students.
That is what you went out and
Well,
sure, or
well, maybe if you are one of those greater students, then I can actually tell you more about that.
and how would I give you the impression that I am?
Just like you and your other 3 friends, I will be keeping a close eye on all of your scores. So don't let me down.
I'll do my best.
We shift over. Einar, who was also once again trying to step away to the shadow, spotlight is on him.
He's pissed at this point.
And then he gets
I don't
to
think
you.
I'm gonna be last.
Yeah.
He steps forward. It's obvious that he's going to lead in this case. Give me a con save when you make physical contact with him.
Do I need to? I have the gemstone.
Oh yeah, you do. Then you don't have to.
Yeah!
You don't have to. You have the gemstone. The gemstone glows up at the second that you make physical contact with him. Well, he doesn't say anything, but the first question is for the follower.
Right. We don't have to talk or anything if you don't want to. I mean, I know it's quite a lot to be in a busy room.
Then he doesn't say anything.
Oh, then I don't say anything as well.
You do notice that he's kind of like holding his eyes kind of like closed. Give me an insight check.
Insights. 14.
What is on your mind right now? What are your surface thoughts? What are you thinking about? Because he doesn't respond when you say this.
I'm thinking, oh no, he's overwhelmed. What if he doesn't want to be here right now with me? It's my first time dancing with my father. I hope he thinks I'm doing well. It's like a train of racing thoughts spiraling into insecurity.
Mm-hmm. I think at some point he just kind of like just lets go. And like, I can't do this. You remind me too much of her. Leaves! Leaves!
Oh no!
Leaves!
I think I'm just standing there like flabbergasted, like, what just happened?
Walks to the hallway. And now you are just there alone, and you're like halfway through this
in
dance.
The middle of the dance floor.
What do you do?
I guess I just stand there, like, look all confused, like, what just happened? And then look at the king, and then does he notice that?
Yeah, the king does notice, and like kind of like looks to the hallway at first, and then looks back at you, and just like keep dancing.
And I think I like just step away from the dance. Like how can I dance when it's just 2-person dance? I can dance this on my own, and then just step out of the way and into the corner here. I think, like, just out of the way for the rest.
Will you step into the hallway to go after him?
I
Or do you stay here?
I don't know.
What
I-
should Vita do?
I want to, but I think he will not appreciate if I follow him. So I think I'll just stay where I am right now.
Okay. You do notice that at some point the light above you goes off when you move too much to the side.
Mm-hmm.
And then we move on to Volga.
Guess you don't have to dance after all.
Or it gets even worse now.
I don't know. Can it get worse?
Does he approach me?
Yes, of course.
Can get worse.
Hi!
Take the lead.
Oh, Mr. Vilpin, I apologize. Apologies for just a moment ago. I mistook your deep care for our well-being for being rude. As she grabs onto him. And
Intending to
does
lead?
Does he lead?
Well, he would want to, unless you were like,
Tolga will let him go.
okay.
She still needs to, get him on her side.
Yeah. He's a little over dramatic in his dancing. Like maybe at some point even like expects you to do an extra twirl, but it's obvious that he is like over too much.
Even worse than Priestess Yasmin.
Yes, probably. That's his character. So, what do you want to ask me? I can talk about the expedition if you want to. But you don't have to. Blah, 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 blah.
Oh, let's not talk about work tonight.
Only pleasure.
Wow. So, do you enjoy dancing?
Oh, I love dancing. Yes, I love dancing very much. Waves at the king. And you see that the king actually waves back. There is something endearing to how the king waves back at him. So, are you interested in my expedition?
My God.
Aren't you supposed to ask me a question?
That was the question.
Well, I'm very interested. I love archaeology and digging up the past for useful inventions.
Well,
For the future.
there are ancient relics to be found down there, even going back all the way to the olden times of the Luminary, or even before the war, or even longer ago.
Ooh. Think of all the inventions we can make of them.
Definitely. Although, I do still need to figure out a good way to travel through the desert, especially through that harsh area. So, Do you know a lot about how to deal with massive sandstorms?
I could spend some time trying to figure out a way to move through sandstorms. Perhaps the native peoples in the desert might know a way or two.
Well, I've met some of the native peoples, especially those, but they wanted to eat me.
Preferably not the ones that want to eat you.
Yeah, it's probably safer to go through the Whisker Road, but at some point we have to cross through the entire, the harshest part of the desert. But we shouldn't be too close to where they come from, and he points at the lizard folk, because otherwise we might be dinner.
Well, you're certainly a snack, but let's prevent that from happening, shall we?
A snack?
A figure of speech.
I didn't get it.
It's all right.
I lost
So-
question.
Innocent soul.
How is your friendship with the king?
Oh, yes, great. We have been friends for the longest time. And starts rambling a little bit. Okay, I can't even hold on. Oh, okay. So we became friends after I shoved 20 potions down his mouth and I saved his life, and then we've had wonderful walks through the garden and it's been great, and I've become an ambassador, blah blah blah. And my sister has gone back north, but she's also become a lady, and blah 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 blah.
Oh, so I should address you as sir then?
Well, you should actually say Lord, but I didn't have to.
Oh, my lord, I should have known.
Lord of Concordia, actually.
Oh, can you tell me anything more about that?
He will start blabbering for the rest of the dance, but it's all nonsensical information.
Tolga picked up that this is the type of person that you need to convince to talk a lot about themselves and they'll like you. So
Yes.
she'll just focus on her own thoughts in the meantime.
The king Of the prince steps forward to
Lion
you.
Prince.
The white lion prince, yeah.
With his beautiful orange eyes, yes?
Yes. Steps towards you and kind of expects you to follow. Or do you want to take your chance?
No, I don't think he's the type to take over the lead on. I'll just let the prince lead on this one.
Okay. He, in this case...
And I think I'm partly already distracted, actually.
Distracted from what?
Pretty eyes.
Oh.
The eye of the tiger.
Yeah, true. Do you have a question for me?
You seem like a very good dancer.
How appreciative of you. I have learned from the best, of course.
Oh, from whom?
Well,
If I
like points at his mother, who's like in a black dress with all kinds of like, is also one of the available dancers. But from my mother, of course.
Naturally.
Yes.
She does seem graceful. I am not surprised.
Exactly. And of course I have observed Beaufort over there. He used to dance a lot with his partner as well. And so I learned from the best.
What?
He pointed
Right,
at
yeah,
the fisherman,
At the fisherman.
mentioning a partner.
Oh, yeah. The fisherman.
Fisherman?
I'm sorry, that's how we met him. In an odd situation.
Oh,
He-
father gave him the day off then, I suppose. That's all right.
Well, what do you want to ask me? With just a hint of charm in it. Unintentionally.
So what do you want to ask me?
Yeah.
No, I think he at some point like comes up with the claw and he kind of like touches the. Are you a follower of Harmonia?
Yes, indeed. For life.
For life.
I try my best anyway.
Well, I hope that she watches over you. Now you get to ask another question before we move on.
How often do you show yourself publicly like this? You do know how to set the mood.
Oh, that's very appreciated of you. Although I must admit, I live a little bit more of a secluded life. After my father's attack, he didn't make a lot of appearances. But now that I am an adult and I am going to be set to be the next king, I of course have to make myself a little bit more. I have to appear a little bit more in public. So perhaps you will see me on the streets, but only on rare occasions. Typically, I do appear in public on Zenith Day, which is the 5th day of the week. So you can note, on the 5th day, on your day off, you might meet him on the streets.
All right.
Right.
Or in the bottom.
Does he seem actually mature, or does he just say it like that?
Give me an insight check.
Natural 20 plus 3, 23.
He said that he grew up secluded. There is a sense of like arrogance in his voice. He does look still like pretty young, but like adult-sized. You do have an idea perhaps that this is someone who has grown up in seclusion as like a royal and thinks of himself a little bit too high, but well-intentions. But well-intentions are often the downfall of lots of things.
All right. Well, I suppose before the lights goes out, I'm thanking you for this dance.
Okay. I appreciate it was lovely to dance with you, Rose. Walks away. We go into a final round, so you will be matched up with Einar, but we'll see how that unfolds. Please roll for me.
I, of course, graciously thank Lord Valperian on his dance.
5. Dan wil je altijd volgens mij ook nog.
Ja,
One.
dan moet je nog een keer rollen.
6.
Ik ook 6.
Dan,
Nog een keer rollen.
nou ja, jij hebt dingen, je hebt
Oh.
Reinhard al gehad, dus, en je hebt de Prins ook al gehad. Dus, weet je wat? Jullie mogen gewoon kiezen.
Yeah.
Kies maar voor de laatste ronde. Sure. Sure. Wil jij ook iemand kiezen?
I'm actually sort of curious what one is. I
Bo. Oké, nou dan pak jij Bo. Wie wil jij kiezen?
I'll then choose. I'll pick her.
The Queen.
Yeah.
Ooh.
In this last round, it's obvious to notice that like the music changes a little bit, becomes a little bit less upbeat, it's slower. You notice that the moon is almost like past the prime opening. And light beams onto you, but there is no second light. However, you have of course noticed from the others that all those 3 by convenience had to dance with Einar, and all of the rest are partnered up. What do you do?
Do I know where Einar is?
Well, it was in the middle of the room. I think lots of people have noticed that he just walked out because at some point you saw Vita like stand there awkwardly.
Okay, I guess I'll just go try and I'll look at the king for a moment to sort of
Address it?
sort of like look at him, sort of like should I wait or should I go, or maybe ask non-verbally for permission to go after him?
I think he kind of like makes like go find him. Like you get the sense of this.
All right, then I'll go and try and find Einar.
Okay. Where do you go? Where, like, you follow the road, follow down the path? Do you go to the bathroom? Because he's, of course, not in the hallway anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
I guess I'll follow the hallway. I'll check in I don't know why in the ladies' room.
Well, it's common room left.
Well, and just go from door to door, not necessarily calling out for him. If there's any staff still walking around, I'll ask them if they've seen him.
At some point you find like one of the staff members you saw earlier who were like concerned, and they were like, shouldn't you go back to the dancing hall?
I'm looking for Einar.
Oh, but Lumen Gudinsera,
Yes.
I saw him step out.
Because I'm probably having to dance with him at this
Oh,
point.
Gudinsera never dances. But like I said, he stepped outside. Maybe he's outside?
I'll step outside. Thank you.
As you step outside, he's sitting on one of the benches here. It is obvious to you that like ice is encircling him.
And I'm barefoot.
Yes.
And you think it's my
And this
fault.
is not the warm floor.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
I walk slowly towards him.
Now your feet will touch the ice on the floor.
Yes. That's also the reason why slowly, because it's probably a little bit slippery.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll sort of like, excuse me, are you okay?
I apologize for leaving. And gets up and like addresses you. The light was shining on you, I assume.
Yes.
And there was no second light.
No.
He has a nosebleed.
I will. I probably have something with me, a little piece of cloth that I will offer him. Your nose is bleeding.
and like you reach up, and it looks like as if he didn't even notice himself, because like at the second that like it came out, it was almost like it was already like kind of like freezing over a little bit. So when you give it to him, he actually kind of like has to like like because it froze over.
Yeah.
And like
Oh.
thank you. What are your surface thoughts? Because he knows everything going on in your mind.
I think it's mainly just a sort of worrying feeling, like making sure that he's okay, because he left in the middle of the dance, which I believe. No, we all have learned that is not normal.
No.
So there is something going on, but Naomi doesn't know anything, so she's just concerned.
Mm-hmm. I think he will respond. I appreciate your concern. I just was a little overwhelmed because I do not participate in these dances.
Okay. What is different this time than that Solaris?
Okay. You need to roll me an insight check because he's going to give an answer. Dancing with Vita, she was taught by one of my servants. It made me unsettled.
12.
Let's see how. Oh. I rolled a 2, but it still is 11, but that does not beat a 12. You can sense that there's something more behind what he just said. You have the feeling it has something to do with Vita.
Okay. Well, I think that definitely crosses her mind for a moment, but she won't go. I won't go into it. Maybe we can just dance here, or if you want to.
Nah, you realize that by the time that you've been talking here, the dance is probably already over. But there's still a shining moon above your head. So, I suppose it would be rude to Solaris if we do not. It might be a little cold, though.
I look to the ground where I stand on the frozen ground with my bare feet. I'm like, yeah.
Give me a con save.
That is a dirty 20.
And then you are able to handle it. Are you serious? You want to make a dance here with him?
Yes.
Okay.
Even serious enough that Naomi would be willing to lead.
Okay. He will reciprocate.
Ooh.
But he does not ask a first question. Because he probably already knows everything going on in your head. So why don't you ask him a first question?
Ooh, I have to think about this one.
There is a sense of vulnerability here right now. So.
Yes, but Naomi does not want to sort of like
Overstep.
Yes, especially because I mean she knows about the human and lumen relationships. That's not very good.
As you are thinking of your question, you hear a noise. You hear and it sounds snake-like.
Ew.
That Is it originating from him? You're not quite sure.
Did I get a sense that it was like that it came from outside or inside my mind?
Inside your mind.
I think that would distract me a little bit from. I think Naomi would settle with. Why did you choose us for tutoring students?
You're close enough to him in this dance that you... Dum, 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 dum. The 4 stones glowed up on his head. I think he will just give a very plain answer, but it's obvious to you that there's something else. You were all excellent students in the first year, and Vita has different reasons. But it's obvious to you that there's something else behind that.
Well, okay, but from the first impression I had, yes. Okay. I see. Is there anything you would want to ask? As I'm leading this dance.
Tell me your surface thoughts, because it will be based on your surface thoughts.
I'm making this really difficult. I think
You still hear that noise sometimes.
yeah, I think it's her surface thoughts are more calmer than they have been like since the beginning of the evening, especially after her encounter with Priestess Yasmin, who sort of like
Gave her a confident boost.
yeah, for sure. So I think it's just more thinking about, all right, how am I going to impress, like keep impressing the way I have been doing. I guess that's the gist of it.
At some point, you will say, I do not really have a question for you, but I do think it's good for you if you step a little bit outside of your curriculum. There are more talents that you may not even realize that you have besides just your weapon mastery. As the blue gem sparks up for a second.
Mm-hmm. Can you help me achieve them?
As your mentor, I will always be keeping a close eye on it as well. So I will. If you prove that you are capable enough for them.
Okay.
And at the second that he says that, you still hear the... like... It's almost as if because you're like standing close, it's almost as if you like see like something blurry besides his head. You don't know exactly what that is.
He's possessed.
Stab it.
Or is he cursed?
Oh.
But for a second you thought you saw something.
I think that thought definitely passes my mind at that moment as I sort of look at him as he answers me, and then I hear that voice, and then I think I just sort of like look around his head as
he would immediately retract. And like, I appreciate that you came to dance here. Like I said earlier, I hope that you will not disappoint me. And just walks inside.
Okay.
Give me a perception check.
that's a good roll. Perception 20.
Okay, 20. He steps out. He kind of like leaves you standing there. And of course, you were like dancing, but on the ice below him, there are like snake engravings
Ew.
in the ice. It makes you a little bit like, for a second, you almost think that some of those eyes like glowed up. And it feels to you like you're... Make a con save.
That is a 9.
That's a failure. What do you do?
What do I do?
What do you do?
I think I'll try and step off the ice.
You can't. Your body
can't.
will not respond.
Ooh.
My body won't respond.
It's almost as if at the moment that you wanted to move, all of your muscles stiffened.
Okay.
And after a few seconds, that tenseness fades away as when you look again with your eye, snakes have disappeared. Spoopy.
Okay.
How does that make Naomi feel?
I ruined the moment.
Very uncomfortable. And slightly worried.
Okay.
I think once I regain movement, I step off the ice and I keep looking at it to see if it doesn't change again, and I sort of walk inside, still occasionally glancing back, and I think also keeping an eye on where I'm walking, because I'm not walking behind Einar, to see if there's anything else as I'm walking back to the dance hall.
At some point, one of the same attendants that you were like, "Are you all right? You are like shivering." I'm like, "Do you need a cloak?" You're probably not even aware that you're shivering.
What? Huh? Sorry?
Do you need a cloak?
Do I?
Well, to you, it doesn't feel like.
No, I mean that's my question to her. Like, Naomi's just not there. Like, mentally, she's just still.
Like in this case, she takes off her jacket and like just like puts it onto you. Like, just give it back to me later. You seem like you're shivering.
At that point, I look at myself to see if
Like your hair is like standing up.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. What is your name, so I can give this back to you?
Merla.
Merla.
Just came up with a random name.
Thank you. I'll go.
I'll give it to someone else of the staff. It'll make its way back to me.
Okay.
Now, hurry up. Go back to the dance floor. I think you'll be just in time for the eggs.
I sort of walk. My mind is still at the snake happening and the loss of movement.
Okay. We quickly shift back to the rest, and the prince.
My moment.
the prince walks up to you and like bows.
I curtsy, give him a very charming smile. Hello again.
And like offers you to lead, but otherwise he will take charge.
What do I think he would like most?
Insight.
You
Natural 20.
you nasty seductress.
You have
Talking.
from the little encounter that you had with him, you did get an impression he appreciates if people also take charge.
Okay, then
He can appreciate that.
then I take the lead.
Oh. Like you kind of like just like hold on to him.
Yeah.
Oh, like
I think you'd appreciate. I thought you would appreciate it if someone else would take charge for tonight.
that would be great. Oh, I've been messing up my dances the whole entire evening.
That's all right. I got you.
Okay. Vita, was it right?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Vita, what has brought you here to Costa del Regido?
I'm a student at the Cursebreaker Academy.
Oh. And are you a first year or second year?
It is my first year here, but I enrolled in the second year.
You got to skip a grade?
Yes, it's a long story.
Then you must be very talented if you can just like skip a grade.
I mean, some people might say I have potential, but
Oh.
That is very well put in words.
Others would say it's just plain nepotism, but
And and who are these people that think that you are wonderful?
wonderful.
Besides me, that was impressed by you and your friends handling that situation.
Nice saying.
oh, you wonderful.
Yeah, that's the only thing I focus on on that word. Well, I mean, Lumen Gideon Sarah is the one that brought me here, so I guess he sees potential in me, but I must say that's also a very big responsibility because I do not want to disappoint him.
I did notice that he left a moment ago.
He did, yes. I'm not sure why, but he did leave during our dance. It's all a very strange situation, and there's this thing with my mother, and it's just very complicated.
Your mother?
Yeah,
Okay, your mother.
Yeah, she used to work for him, and there was this situation, and she left, and then I guess I look like her, and perhaps I remind him of her, and I don't know. I'm not really familiar with their relationship or if what else. I mean, they were acquainted because she worked for him, but I'm not sure, and it's all very complicated. But I mean, yeah, he contacted us again, or at least her again, after this situation in my town, where, I mean, you might have heard of it, but I
don't think so. I come from very far north.
Yeah.
But I will be in the city for a while.
Oh, that sounds great.
I did make you a promise if you wanted to visit the Drake House.
Oh, that would be wonderful. I would love to visit the Drake House.
Well, it's typically on New Day that I'm over there at the Drake House. So just at some point, just pop in.
Great, but
Wait.
I could also... Well, I'm not really that much familiar with the city. I mean, I don't know if you are.
Not particularly.
Perhaps we could explore the city together sometime?
Persuasion.
Ooh, hold on. My persuasion is pretty okay. It's a 9. It was a 4, but it's now a 9.
Oh, sure. Well, it's always fun to like go through the city with friends.
Friends.
It was not persuasive enough.
Did I just get friend-zoned? I mean, yeah, it's always more fun to do it together, right?
I will be a little bit busy, and I still need to think about the follow-through of what happened earlier.
I understand. That's totally fine. I mean, how is Sparky?
Well, Sparky is alright. Sparky just wanted to take a nap with, well, his brothers and sisters.
Mm-hmm.
So, he'll be alright.
That's a relief.
Yeah.
But it must be very
It was concerning, think, because my feelings are reflective upon my bond, and I wouldn't want to know what happened if that went wrong.
Yeah, me neither. But
Awkward
perhaps
smile.
you should
Poor guy.
also take your rest then after tonight.
Yeah, I will.
And if you ever feel like talking about this or anything, you could also always come by and I
Okay.
could show you the academy.
Okay, roll me another persuasion check.
Never been to the academy. Ooh.
Ooh, that's a 19.
Oh, well, it would be fun to visit the academy one day. I'll think about it.
Sure.
You know what? I'll come by on the next new day, so the 10th. I'll come by on new day.
Sounds like fun.
Okay.
I'll show you the academy.
Okay, this sounds
Great.
kind of great.
Yeah.
Like I said, I promised that you would, and whatever happened, and I still need to pay your money, you ladies back. So don't worry, I'll take care of that as well.
It's no big deal. I mean, just whenever you're ready. I mean, I think we're all just glad that we were able to help you.
Yeah, I definitely need to talk to the guards as well, because what happened? It can't. It's not appropriate.
True, but and this might sound crazy, and I will admit it is crazy, but when we were on the way back, I got this this vision. I'm not sure what it was exactly, but I saw a different outcome of what would have happened tonight if you would have gone back with the guards. And
Time out. Are you sure that you want to tell this guy about
I
this
don't
vision?
know, I trust him.
Okay.
And it sounds like this is all very much above our heads, this situation. It might not be a great idea to go back.
I suppose that you're right. Roll me a persuasion check.
Me and my persuasions. 20.
I think you're right. It wouldn't be smart to go back. So, I'll have to talk to the higher ups here and talk to the Concordi Sentinels. Maybe I can talk to the steward as well. But I also still have other duties here as well. So, I'll have to look into it.
That might be a good idea, but I don't think you should take matters into your own hands. Not that I think you aren't strong or anything, but it might not be a good idea to want to fix this yourself.
No, it wouldn't be right if I take matters into my own hands. No, you're right.
And if you need any help whatsoever, just let us know.
Yeah. Thanks. And then the light goes off. Although you left the conversation a little bit awkwardly because it's more like a business transaction right now.
Mm-hmm.
He does at the moment that he steps away, he does turn around for a second and smiles.
Okay, great.
Okay. We move on. The queen approaches you.
Ooh.
What do you do?
Thalga naturally gives a
She does
bow.
a deep curtsy in this case, and
Thalga emulates, of course. Oh, your majesty, what an honor.
she expects you to lead.
Oh, well, then Thalga will throw all her energy into that.
This is the queen, so
Mm-hmm.
So she gently but tenderly grabs her and starts leading her across the dance floor.
it is much slower than all the others. It's much more carefully and measured.
Thalga tries to match that energy of her dancing partner.
From Saratbat.
Satparat, Your Majesty.
Satbat. I apologies. Age. But
No offense taken.
I heard about something happening a few days ago at one of the one of the the wine yard. You know that vineyard that they call the wine yard?
I know, peculiar. Very peculiar. Oh yes, that was some nasty business. It seemed that one of the crystals, it was a little glitch in the system, as it were. But it was repaired.
Well, it was good that you were there then.
It was an entirely pleasant coincidence.
Do you have a question for me?
Yes, but not right now.
Can I save this one for further down in the campaign? Favor.
Dan moet je dat dan vragen.
No. Oh.
So, what do you think of, I think if I would address him correctly, what Lord Vilperian's plans are in the desert?
Lord Vilperian's plans in the desert. Well, he's been in the desert many and many times. But, well, between you and me, we kind of just let him do what he wants.
And Talga, just as conspiringly, moves slightly closer. Well, I heard this situation with your husband, and I can imagine you guys are grateful.
They are indeed true. I would not have known if I would have been able to deliver my boy safely if I had known that my husband had died. So we have much to thank him for.
Oh, and he's an excellent dancer, Your Majesty.
He's a little too much, if you ask me.
Well, he invited me to the Royal Gardens to check up on some systems. I'm eager to assist him.
We have been having issues with some of the gemstones in our garden as well. We're not quite sure, but I think that one dwarf called it the sprinkler system, and can't be too quite sure.
I'll look over it if you would allow so, under the watchful guise of your esteemed son, of course.
Oh, that would be very much appreciated. You can always visit the palace if you want to.
I'll keep that in mind. I also have a busy school year ahead, of course.
That is, of course, very important. Make sure that you cover all the topics.
I will do my best.
Well, I hope you will become an excellent Cursebreaker. And we'll be looking forward to your results. She specifically said, will be looking forward to your results.
Extra stress points.
Oh nee, Talga die denkt hoog genoeg over zichzelf dat ze dat meer als motivatie voelt. Oh, you're very... nee, wacht. Wat wilde ik nou net zeggen? Je stoort mij niet.
Sorry.
Nee, grapje. Dat is een grapje. Of course, I will certainly try my best to excel and show the best Satbarat has to offer.
I hope you will make Satbarat proud.
Gladly.
And then in this case, the dance ends and makes another deep curtsy, looks at her husband, and wanders off. The fisherman, although right now in the clothes of an attendant, approaches you.
Hello again.
It is good to see you again. Will initiate as if he's leading, unless you feel bold.
Do I feel bold this evening?
This is your final chance to be bold. So.
Yes. You know what? Why not? Yes, I will take the lead.
Okay. You might be a little bit surprised by this. And the dance begins. It's obvious to you that he probably he follows the following steps very precise.
Alright.
Evidenke, what would be his first question to you? What is your preferred subject at the Cursebreakers Academy?
I kind of have two. Divinity and defense against the arcane. I think it combines very balanced.
When I was at the Cursebreakers Academy, those two subjects were also my prime targets.
They were.
They were.
That's lovely. And how deeply did you go into those subjects?
Well, you do notice like a necklace that he wears with like the sun emblem. And like it is similar to yours, but yours is more like with wings, while his is like the sun. I am dedicated to Solaris, and well, you already saw that what I was trying to do with that strange tablet.
Indeed.
So,
I have to admit, I was a bit surprised seeing you here tonight, or your presence at the academy.
I do what my king tells me to do.
I understand. I'm just happy for your presence. I'm not sure what would have happened if you hadn't been there.
I try not to think about that much, but the tablet is now in the care of the Cursebreakers Academy, and that is the most important part.
Indeed. Whose turn is it again? Whose turn for the question? Mine.
You get to ask a question. The last round is more back and forth, anyways.
All right. Okay. Well, by any chance, with the disturbing effect that object had, have you learned a bit more? Maybe.
Well, it was only earlier today, so not much. We'll be rude. I'll be. He said we, then corrected himself to I. I'll be doing research into that a little bit later. My duty to the king comes first.
As an attendant, of course.
Yes.
You are a very well dancer. You follow precise steps.
You do notice that he kind of like frowns. Give me an insight check.
Oh. Okay. Insight was +3. That is 22.
I think you hit on a sensitive note because he frowned for a second. You pick up on this.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong?
It's all right. My partner always used to take the lead as well.
I didn't mean to hit a sensitive point.
It's all right. It's not your fault.
All right. Would you, by chance, have another question for me?
What are you thinking about? What are like your surface thoughts right now? You can't read minds, but like, what are you thinking about? Because I need to have an idea what kind of question you're hinting at.
Okay. What am I hinting at? My thoughts are, he knows more about the subjects that I'm interested in for my personal cause than he's shared so far, and I would very much like to ask more about that.
Okay.
The dimensional stuff and storms and all.
Okay. Have you visited other temples here in the city as well?
I haven't had the chance to roam around much yet.
Well, perhaps on your off days you can consider visiting the temples of Solaris, or maybe even of Harmonia, or the Temple of the Undecided.
Temples are always interesting to visit.
Exactly. And I tend to be around the temples on some days. Not always. My duty is the king first.
Of course. I would very much like to see you there if you are I have a feeling you have a lot of temple-wise knowledge.
That is appreciated that you say this. But I do not know if we'll see each other often. I would prefer if you tend to stay away from the business that happened with that tablet. We do not know how dangerous it is. Although, you probably think that you want to know more because you got a strange sensation from that situation.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And obviously I have double thoughts about this, as you just said. Does he seem to sense any of that?
I think he would maybe have an idea of like, yeah, she's gonna get involved.
Yeah, okay, so I wisely don't answer that because I'm an honest person and I won't keep the tone out of my voice. And but he reads it anyway in a bit.
No.
Okay.
All right. Then with that dance also ends. It means that at some point the moon passes over, so the light of the glowing lights end, and then the king is kind of like, the king gets up, like it takes him like, everybody looks at the king, is expected to look, and he, in this case, like says, "Thank you, everyone. It was good to see this. And I appreciate all of you of coming. And I hope you will all meet your endeavors." And then, traditionally wise, he says, "Embrace the sun." And then it's tradition to say that.
Embrace the sun.
Embrace the sun.
Would me and Einar be back at that point?
Yes, you would have walked in the second that this happened. So.
I would definitely say embrace the sun.
Okay.
Still, like,
Yeah.
Do I notice the cold feeling, or I'm still just shivering?
I think at some point while you were walking back, the shivering has ended.
Okay.
Because whatever happened to you, well, that effect has ended.
Okay.
But the others would probably see you walk in with said coat over yourself. While Einar kind of like moves to the side and is just kind of like waiting for what happens next. So the four ladies actually have a chance to talk.
Are you alright?
I think so.
What happened?
Well, I went out to find Einar, and we danced
Oh.
outside.
Internet? Oh, nee, dat is eigenlijk
and I mean, aside from the ice on the ground, I heard things.
You just feel it in your mind.
Eyes on the ground? What are you talking about?
I want to instinctively cast Divine Sight, like sensing.
I do get, as soon as I hear that again, I'll just like as if it slithers over my back.
You use your ability and your eyes glow up for a second. Some kind of effect was on her, and I want you to roll an Arcana check. Rolling high enough tells you exactly what it was.
Oh, 20.
Groen.
Never mind.
5.
With a 5.
Plus hoeveel?
No, plus 0.
Plus 0.
There was a fading aura around her for a second, and you cannot quite place your finger on it what it was. But you do like maybe you do still like see like the hairs on her arm were still like upright before they slowly faded back, went back down.
What just happened?
Yeah.
Alright.
There was definitely some kind of effect on her. Where it came from, you can't quite tell.
I heard it again. A snake.
Einar is on the other side of the room, and like you see when you maybe look that Marco Vulperian walked up to him. Blah 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 blah.
Oh no.
But he's distracted, so...
He's distracted.
It's a bit like snakes.
Snakes.
In what...
Like in my mind.
That doesn't sound right.
And when suddenly I just left and I saw that like on the ice on the ground I saw like snakes in the ice as if they were like carved in.
Can these three roll me a history check?
Ik wilde net vragen, heb je ooit iets overhoord?
10.
19 plus 2 is 21.
19.
The three of you, what are you?
10.
Okay. Less obvious. To these, more obvious. But once they are like, oh, then when they say something, you may be like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
You two specifically remember, of course, that the ones who were like after said tablet earlier, they had snake tattoos and markings.
They had a snake theme going on.
They had a snake theme going on. Also, one of the teachers in the school, Anthea, the one who was like the first one when you brought the
right.
tablet in, she had like
Mm-hmm.
intricate snake carvings on her arm, like tattoos.
No, she was a former gang member.
Okay.
So,
So...
like those bandits. You know, earlier today,
And then you also,
I guess.
Oh!
gloeilamp over je hoofd.
You see on my face the exact moment that it hits me.
But the quarter
The
hits the
open
ground.
book.
Yeah, like, oh!
I guess.
Seems...
Except there was, as far as I could tell, no one around.
while the rest of your conversation happens, Prince Ramil steps in and presents the eggs. But because then there's like a little bit of a ceremony as each individual egg is being presented and named by the king, this conversation happens. So please continue.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are you alright now?
I couldn't move from the ice for a moment.
No.
It froze you. No, that. I know it sounds like a pun, but this is a genuine question. Like, did it freeze you? Dat zegt Talga niet, dat zegt Pijn.
No. I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, I didn't really notice it, but when I finally could move and stepped back inside, I was shivering, so I might as well be frozen.
You still have the coat on.
Is that why
Yeah. I guess I don't really
you're
need it anymore.
interesting fashion choice?
It doesn't match your dress at all.
I sort of like take it off and just hold it.
How was the dance with Einar?
I mean, aside from that moment, it was actually okay.
You saw something like beside his head for a second.
Aside from that, he didn't really ask me a question necessarily. And well, I did seem to see something like around his head for a moment.
Like what?
Too vague to really
You should.
make out what it is.
I'm suggesting that Einar did something to you with the snakes.
I don't know. At the moment that I noticed it, he did let go and walk off.
Do you think he's aware of it?
I think he probably is aware of it. Though it did seem like he's maybe not in control.
Seems unlikely, but do you think he is involved with sand snakes?
No, he
I mean,
couldn't.
the one
Never know.
that knows that most likely would know it is Vita because she's his servant.
No, I've never. No, I don't think he could be. I know he's not always been kind or warm, but I do think he has a very great sense of what's right and wrong, and I don't think he would ever freely work with these people.
He did seem to ask some short, genuine, caring questions. So I don't really have the feeling he could be on the wrong side.
That's a matter of perspective, of course. But it does then sound like whatever happened to you is something that is afflicting him.
Could be. He also had a nosebleed when I got to him.
A nosebleed?
Which, coincidentally, well, it froze before it could really do much.
How unpleasant.
But he wasn't, they didn't seem to be aware of it.
Hmm.
So there might be, I don't know, might be more going on.
Well, our mentor is certainly a mystery.
So why did he run off?
I
The
don't
elephant in
know.
the room.
I don't know.
In the meantime, there is like applauding happening, and you also
yes.
have like.
Oh, yeah.
Quite lovely dragon. But why did he run off? Did you say anything to me?
No, I didn't say anything at all.
He did say that he was a bit overwhelmed. That he usually doesn't dance, and probably be that. The fact that he just danced with all of us maybe overwhelmed him.
I also have a thought in that overwhelming notion. Did it seem to you like he was answering our thoughts?
Talga had dat wel opgepikt, toch?
Talga had ook opgemerkt dat je zei iets en daarna zei hij dat in één keer terug. You know the answer,
I know.
but you also probably know that he wouldn't appreciate you.
I think he even told me that I couldn't
Yes,
tell
he
anyone. He did, yeah.
Well,
And then I did notice him outside
Yeah.
making the, basically acknowledging my thoughts.
Yeah.
well, I did notice something like that before. I just assumed that's a luminary thing.
I make an innocent face and pretend like I don't know anything.
How good is your innocent face?
Hoe goed
Yes.
is dat? Mag ik inside roll?
Okay. Persuasion of insight.
Deception is it more, right?
Je rolt deception. Maar op het moment dat jij dus je deception moet maken, the dress that because you have of course your dress, but je hebt die sjerp om that you are required to wear with that gemstone on it. You notice that the gemstone glows up. You add +10.
+10, yes. Good, I need it.
Ik mag inside rollen dan, hè?
Ja.
22.
17.
11.
16.
11.
She genuinely doesn't seem to know. But you know that you're lying your way through this bullshit.
Yeah,
and
I definitely
the
am.
gemstone stopped glowing after that.
Okay.
Poker face on again. Alright.
Interesting situation.
Did anyone else get an affirmative no on a jewel question?
I didn't get any
It's an
clues.
odd thing to say, because I asked about his beautiful dark crystal and he said, don't ask questions. That was his question to me, not to ask questions.
But that is not a question, that's a statement.
No.
I said so too, but he didn't seem very receptive to my feedback at the moment.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah, I had the same thing. Only I was asking about the 4 special jewels that lit up when we were talking
Yeah,
with
right.
him.
I didn't even get the chance to ask. So
I didn't even think about asking about them.
He's a very mysterious individual, this Einar.
And this last egg, I will call it Voltis. And then there's more applause happening. And with that, the evening comes to a close. You see Beaufort already rushing upwards. I will thank everybody that came here tonight. And I wish you all success in your endeavors. And then he once again says, embrace the sun. And then
embrace the
Embrace the
sun.
And then the evening ends. As you notice that all the other guests are leaving. To all 4 of you, it's noticeable that Einar is one of the first to immediately bolt out.
He's had one heck of a night.
Yep.
Well, you'd think that someone who's a chaperone would chaperone us back, but I suppose we'll have to find our own way.
Well, you were picked up by a carriage, so maybe you
Perhaps
just...
the carriage is here again to take us back.
Well, we just call an Uber.
We'll have to wait a few centuries.
You are kindly being guided by some of the workers to get out of this fancy room. And please remove all the characters.
I'll give the code to one of them and say that's from Merla.
Yeah, just put all the characters in here. And you are indeed... You are indeed being picked up by a carriage. It's actually the same carriage.
Hold on.
It's actually the same carriage. With the same driver.
Yay!
Amidon. Okay.
He was impressed by us.
We'll just hang on his arms and let him share all the details of the intricate cords.
He is already waiting outside. There's other carriages also being brought up. You don't know how Einar left. It only seems that at the moment that you 4 are standing in front of the carriage, the Prince Ramil is still at the entrance, and he's kind of he just whistled, and is now waiting.
Oh, for a big dragon.
Yeah. So what happens?
Well, when I walk past him, I smile at him and then just say good night, and then just walk to the carriage.
Good night, ladies. I have to wait for a moment. So
Impressive, right?
thank you. Do make sure to visit the Drake House. Sometime.
I will. I definitely will.
And then Amidon steps off the carriage. A pleasant evening, ladies. Night by now.
Oh, it was very pleasant.
Well,
Very
You make
interesting.
sure you take your rest tonight. It's the healer's instinct, telling him to take it easy.
oh, thank you. Make sure to be careful with your dresses while stepping in. And I'll
Will
be
do. It's
dropping
not the
you off.
most handy one.
As you 4 are being, you step into the carriage. Now you're with the 4 of you. You can have a short talk. Otherwise, we're just going to skip until you arrive.
I don't really have anything to say. I don't know if you have something you want to discuss.
I'll probably say a lot of things, but
I don't think
Well-
Naomi would have anything to say.
I think, good evening and thank you for taking us back.
I was with the 4 of you, I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in the carriage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are
we're not
only-
saying
Oh.
good night to each other
Yeah, but
when we
this is
step
the-
in the carriage.
There's
To-
nobody?
No, it's just
It's
the 4 of you.
us.
Yeah,
He's
but that-
sitting on the front.
You sit on the front.
Yeah.
He's doing the with
Yes.
the,
Right.
With the guard
horses.
drake.
Oh, the
He's
drake.
very busy.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Then after some time, you are brought back to the entrance of the academy late at night, and he opens the door for the carriage, and this is your time if you still want to talk to him.
Not really.
Yeah. Yeah, are we all just really quiet from the events, or?
I guess. I'm tired.
I'll,
A little bit.
I mean, does he help us off?
Of course, a gentleman would.
Hmm.
So yes.
So I would probably just as we step off, and as he helps me off, I'll just sort of half not present, like mentally, as if I'm mentally not present for the most part. I just say thank you for bringing us home, and sort of walk towards.
Oh, you're all right.
Just a lot happened.
Well, indeed, a lot did happen to you ladies. I hope you won't get into more trouble.
Preferably not.
At this point, I would. Yeah, I hope not, but I don't think it matters much what I hope.
Well, then I will wish you all a pleasant evening, ladies, and do stay out of trouble.
We'll try.
In this city?
With
Trouble,
me in town?
trouble just tends to find us.
Find the
Kind
main
of
character.
looks at Vita.
Again, the innocent face, like, who, me?
Yeah, we kind of made unwanted friends. So I hope they'll just tend to their own business with others.
I'm sure you'll find a way to rescue us, right?
Hmm?
I say, I'm sure you'll find a way to rescue us, right?
Is this
We need
is this meant flirtingly or?
Half.
Who are we? Why are we all such flirts?
I think you will at some point blush
You
again.
were already prepared with that one.
Yeah, he will blush again. Of course, ladies. Of course, the sentinels will always stand ready. And well, I do have a lot of odd jobs here, so in this district, so we'll bump into each other again. Well, I'll be off then. Gets quickly onto the guard drake and
Sets off.
bye bye.
Good evening.
But I wouldn't mind him bumping into me.
Tolga!
The prince was also quite handsome, actually.
Lots of handsome
He
races
invited
around
me
here,
over to the
apparently.
You
gardens.
did?
Yes.
Good job, girl!
There's a problem with the crystals there. I'm really going to
I'm
have
sure
to...
there's a problem with the crystals.
Yes, I'm going to have to polish them and turn them around. And might even need both hands.
What an honor. I'm sure the prince would love if you would visit. Perhaps you should leave one gemstone not properly fixed so you could have to go back again.
Oh, but Vita, that's not proper industrial standards.
But it would
Besides-
be a good excuse.
The queen agreed that it was very important that I visited the garden.
So she already likes you.
Well, what is there not to like?
Are we looking at the future
At this point, I'm
princess?
curious: is Talga even considering, like, is it just pure business for her? How does?
Yes and no.
She just likes flattery.
Well, I mean, don't we all?
True.
You have made your way to your rooms, ladies.
Yes. Room.
Which
was
one?
mine?
No, was next to you, I believe.
They're all the same type of room. You do notice that like a few more boxes have been placed in your common area with some of the more other recovered stuff. So it's just all random amenities, but some of the stuff that were hit by said shitstorm have been recovered. So
Well, I was
No.
the only one who had a twin bed, right?
yeah, you were the only one who had twin beds.
Woo!
Je loopt je kamer
Very
en
handy.
springt er gewoon buiten op.
Yes.
Might there be an plain looking notebook that is apparently more filled with what is important to me than I thought?
What I'm gonna say is that most of the things that were actually destroyed were destroyed. However, in one box that specifically has your stuff in it, there is a few notebooks with like half of the pages that were restored, but some of the pages were lost. They couldn't be recovered. So they gave you replacement notebooks and left the original notebooks with some of the text that was recovered in the state that they are.
All right.
They tried their best.
Yeah, they tried their best.
So not everything went to shit.
No.
So, like, I think it might be handy to write down a half-recovered notebook.
Yeah. Except Vita. Vita didn't have any stuff, so.
No.
Do you still want to do something? Do you still want to talk, unwind a little bit? Or shall we call it a night for the ladies?
I think Naomi would definitely want to get out of this dress.
Yeah, I think we all, at this point,
Okay.
would like to just...
I mean, not necessarily to end the night, but just to feel more herself again, I guess.
I suppose that you just all change and you still sit in the common room.
Yeah. I do have that crystal that was made into a necklace that was magic, and those bracelets that I didn't steal them. I bought them on the price.
Yeah.
Can I see if they do anything, or if they react if I take them off, or...
You bought one gemstone, as far as I remember, that was a spell component for spell you could learn.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I think you might be fidgeting with that one, but all the other little thingies, they're just fancy decorative. They're just fun to have. You can keep them with you and you can pawn them off again. Or you can keep them for whenever you're like in a situation and you need to throw something at someone.
Okay.
But there's this one stone that's like, maybe if you're like fiddling with it, Rose or Thalgau could pick up, oh, that's a spell. You can use a spell. You can cast a spell with one of those.
Wasn't it already established?
Yeah, we had established
Oh,
I
character.
don't know what spell.
chromatic orb.
It was sort of my
Yeah.
thought. Like, a sleepy, curious Rose would like, do you ever take that necklace off?
I don't know. I kind of like it, so I might not.
The fixed gemstone that you have that does the all the special effects is the one that you have in the sherb. This as you see on the image, this blue stone
Oh,
here.
right. But so that's the one that I can cast chromatic orb.
No, that's just another one.
Oh, okay.
Ze heeft je scherp altijd op.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
this
what
one.
I was
Yeah.
going to ask.
Yeah.
And I was talking from, you ever take that thing around your...
No, I need to always carry it for some reason. I promised. So.
Oh, it is very beautiful.
Yeah, but it might not always be that practical, so we'll see, I guess.
Hey, get a magic aura of it whenever you're around, so I just thought...
I'm
Sorry, I just got curious on a
No,
very...
that's
weird
it's
evening.
completely fine. I don't know what it all does, or if it even does anything at all. I mean, we'll see, I guess.
And see for the best.
Yeah.
Little correction. The necklace that you're wearing, which you're not required to have it, but that is a necklace with a red gemstone that you need in the mansion. That's a separate thing. You can't pawn that off because you need it to go into the mansion. It doesn't do anything
Right.
beyond that.
That's the key, right?
Kind of a key, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the key is red.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the one that I wear around my waist.
Is separate, which did the mind thing
Oh right. Yeah.
that you're required to wear by Einar.
Yeah.
Yes, alright. Are we ending up the night? Or
Yeah. So you can still talk a little bit. We're not ending off the
No.
session, but
No.
just this night.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
I think-
tomorrow it's time for school.
Yes.
Cool! I guess we'll go to bed then.
Probably.
If someone else needs
Most likely late.
It was already night. So
I think it's, yeah. I mean, especially if we have an early morning, I think it's a good idea to go to bed.
As the more ambitious, studious type, as with my personal goal in mind, I would just force myself to put my book down. It's funny, yeah, you're probably right.
I'm already half asleep, like.
In the common room in a chair.
Yeah.
Peter, you still need to undress. You're still wearing your room.
Yeah, but it's
You're
just
forgetting everything
so
again.
much work. I just want to go to bed.
You want some help
You
with
want
that?
some help?
No, it's fine. I'll get it all. I mean, what is your intention? Do you want to undress me?
We're girls
I can
amongst
do
each
this by
other.
myself.
We're girls amongst each other. If you need some
Still.
unzipping or
She's a very much grown up type of person.
Yeah, I can undress
Barely.
myself. Thank you very much.
She's
Barely.
just
Excuse you.
capable of handling herself.
I know I'm young. I know I am spirited at some points in life, but I can undress myself. I can take care of myself.
I am going to sleep.
Why are you so defensive?
Because this is not the first time I've heard this. And I disagree.
fair enough.
Well, if
Let
everyone
you-
around you tells you that the sky is blue, maybe.
I can see the sky is blue, but that's not
That's a
me.
different thing
That-
you talk about.
The sky
I'm
might not
just-
also have clouds.
I'm just
I mean,
suggesting I'll be going to bed now anyway, so I will see you tomorrow. As Talbot just closes the door.
okay. Well, good night then. And then I just slowly walk into my room like, I'm so tired.
Or you do have a double bed.
I do have a double bed.
I grin over the departure of Telga, knowing
I sleep
him,
in it like
knowing
this.
and it's fun. Yeah, it's a mood.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, good night. Sweet dreams.
We're gonna take a little break.
Nee,
Okay,
ik ga het nog wel even.
then we're going to continue. Okay, so.
Yes.
Even rustig aan.
We wake up and the world is upside down.
Who
Okay.
sleeps
So,
through their
Kun je rollen voor
alarm
kater?
clock?
no,
Do you
no,
have
no.
some kind of magical
I did
alarm clock,
quite a-
or is it someone that
I have a hangover.
comes marching in? You definitely have a hangover.
Let me begin.
Sorry,
I rolled it too.
Everyone, quiet!
So, because these three are already adjusted to how this works, but you're not yet.
Nope.
So, actually, how it works in your little common area is that at some point the light just goes on. Like the light just like blanks up. Like everyone has in their room like one giant large orb, like reminiscent of a little sun, that is actually the main light. And when someone steps into the room, it typically goes on. But you can also kind of like influence it. If you like think that you just want to have like a little bit more dimmer light, it actually dims for you.
Oh, cool.
But it does like immediately upon like the start of the day, it brightens up like the morning dawn light that lights
Rise and
in.
shine.
So it
What
wakes
time
you.
is it, approximately?
It's around 7. It is typically in the morning that you first go get your breakfast, because breakfast is either, depending on the situation, served in your common room or you can go to the cafeteria. So in this case, it's still the early start of the day, so you probably think we could go to the cafeteria to meet other students.
Okay.
So the lights all go up. To you, it's probably, you don't know about this, but the
Like,
others do know.
whoa, what's happening?
Like-
But I do have a question.
Yes.
is it still dark outside, or what kind of season are we in?
We are in the middle of in fadings, so that is early autumn. However, you are of course in a more Mediterranean area, so it's always a very early light.
Mm-hmm.
But it is like the early moment of dawn is right now.
Okay.
You're around 7 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm. All right.
It's sunrise, basically. You notice, of course, all of you have, of course, like open fancy windows, but like the curtains, you can close them, so light is like shining in on the sides. But that big orb in your room goes on.
I'm like, huh? What's happening?
No,
It's so early.
5 more minutes, please.
Falga.
Rise and shine. Ready for the day.
Like a 4 hours.
I think I hear Vita's outcry like,
Oh
what's
my
happening?
Dwarves are built different.
Well, rise and shine. Good morning.
Do you all meet up in the common room?
Eventually.
Well, I suppose we'll get ready for the day, so get dressed,
Do you know that scene in Frozen where Anna sleeps and her hair is like all over the place?
Yes.
And there's like drool stuck to her cheek and whatever. That's what Vita is like in the morning. And I think she first would walk into the common room like, is it already time to get up?
Did the sun in your room start to shine? As some
Yeah,
guys
what
in
is
her room
that?
would be- Oh, that's the alarm. The wake-up call.
Oh, really? Aww. So early.
Who's in the common room first?
Well,
I-
she just walked into the
Yeah.
common room
Okay.
Yeah.
in her disheveled way.
I have no shame.
I poke my head around the door and it's fun. Hello.
I think that Thalga is already setting a cup of tea or coffee because always, typically in the morning, on the morning table, like the table in the common room, there's a decanter. And when you pour it, it always has tea. But if you want like coffee or water, that is what comes out.
Handy.
Or even like milk.
Cool.
It took me a while to get used to that. But it brews a perfect tea, I can't argue.
I think at a point I step outside, like my face just screams headache, and I look over at Telga and I'm like, can you pour me some coffee, please?
I think you need something strong.
No alcohol, please.
No alcohol. I promise. I wonder what would come out. But no, probably some pretty strong coffee too.
I don't think the school supplies actually like serves alcohol, so I don't think that will do.
An Irish coffee to get the day started.
That'd be
So
excellent.
like a triple espresso.
More like a decent shot of espresso. So
Yeah. Whatever
I shove
espresso
it in-
is in a fantasy setting, but sure.
highly caffeinated
Caffeinated.
beverage. So I shove it in your direction and like.
I just go sit. I'm assuming there's like a couch.
Yes, there's like couches,
couches.
like as you can see
No,
on the background.
I just go sit in the couch and I just put my legs close to me and just sit there with the cup, waking up.
Strangely, Rose feels comforted by the sight of all of you like this. Because after yesterday and sensing a familiar energy, I don't think she's had a very good night.
I can imagine.
And just like she's not waking up in that small cold house, but it's you lively different people, and it's like she instantly gets good energy from you. So
Okay.
I just go see if I can help anyone.
While I'm sitting here with a hangover. Just,
I think
From my enthusiastic, oh, Rose, come on. You want some tea, coffee, milk,
Orange juice.
orange juice,
So orange
grape juice.
Yeah,
Grapefruit
orange
juice.
orange juice from the plains of oranges, yes.
Ooh.
Some orange juice,
Sounds
yes
very
please,
good.
thank you.
They have a bit of an obsession with those things. I don't know why.
I think Vita might have thrown herself into one of the chairs or on the couch and she's fallen back asleep.
Like-
Like slightly snoring. No!
Peter, come on, dear. You have to get.
a sip.
Yeah, and I
You have
take
to
it
get
from
ready.
your hands and I just throw it straight back. And then just make like this face like, oh my god, so disgusting.
It's probably scalding, so the
Also
esophagus
that,
is
but it's
just
also
burned.
very disgusting. Vita does not like coffee at all. So she's instantly awake then.
Rose has to hold back a chuckle, sort of. Half
You drank
succeeding.
it all.
Sorry. I think Pita then just walks back to her room to get ready because she sees everyone's more prepared for the day than she is. So.
Well, no, he is not.
No.
I think Valga will be the first one who finds the schedule for the second year on the table as well.
Yes.
Oh, would you look at this?
What is it?
It's
Yeah.
a schedule.
Yes, and
That I don't have it.
okay. We're not going to do every individual class that we don't have time for in this short campaign. So I'm just going to give a summary of what I said earlier. So every school period is separated into 5 days because a week in this universe has 10 days. So you have the first period and the second period of 1 10-day. And you pick a subject that you want to focus on, which are either weapon mastery, defense against the arcane, alchemical studies, divinity, and harmonic arts. You also have exams of said 5 things,
Yay.
and scoring low on them doesn't really give you any benefits, but scoring high on them gives you minor rewards of all 5 subjects. For example, if you do well in divinity, you may get a bless spell that temporarily stays. Harmonic arts gives you a bardic inspiration to give to someone else. Alchemical studies gives you an extra potion. Defense against the arcane gives you Einar's favor. And weapon mastery can give you a weapon technique or something else. You each have your own little specialty, and you have a fixed bonus that you can never lose. You always have +2 for weapon mastery, +1, +1, +1, +1, and +1, +1. That's how it is. You have a day off on the 5th and on the 10th, and you can do whatever the heck you want. Typically, after all the school lessons in the evening, you can be quite tired. Although, on some occasions, I will say you can go out for the evening, but typically you go on the 5th or on the 10th. On your day offs, you have a few things that you can decide. Because if you roll low on your focus for the week, you actually get stress. And stress points can build up. So there are a few ways to lose them. If you go rest for the day, so just like basically do nothing, you lose all of your stress points. If you go to town, you do some random events, that depends. That's special situations I have prepared. You can get extra stress, you can have fun, you can meet NPCs, you can do whatever the heck you want. I would prefer if the group, as a group, decides that, because otherwise all those people are going to sit still. To make sure that you can still go to the town, you can also do some random shopping. If you do some shopping, you roll the D100 and then you end up at a shop. You can roll it again if you don't like that shop. And if you don't want to do that shop either, you go back home having window shopped. Studying gives you a fixed +5 in the next week. If you study together, you also lose a little bit of stress. Don't worry, I'll just tell you whatever your options are. And sometimes you can also have an extracurricular activity. So, for example, an invitation to the Drake House, or going to the palace, such things. But you can also get extracurricular activities throughout the day by talking to other NPCs and other classmates. However, for the first few days, because we are now on the second day, the first free day you have is on the 5th. And these 3 days are basically just introductions for your classes. They're very summarized. Einar is the one who teaches you Defense Against the Arcane, goes throughout the first day just over the curriculum. Anthea is the one who teaches you alchemical studies, so potion craft and stuff. Thananthos is the one who is teaching you weapon mastery, unlike the first year. Kalashar is the one who teaches you harmonic arts, just like last year. And Lorelei is in charge of divinity.
Lorelei was the one in the...
Yes. she was.
Hmm?
But she does teach divinity.
I thought she was a
And
student.
what?
No, Lorelai isn't a student.
No.
She's a staff member.
We do have our lesser evil counterparts that we have to beat this year, of course.
You also have 4
Opponents.
rivals.
Yay.
You're not just with the 4 of you in your classroom. You also have your 4 other classmates, typically.
But
Where
they
are
don't
they?
matter.
They don't matter. And they are the following 4. That is, of course, also the priestess, Villy Novellington. Jorah is also there in your class. And, well, you know him as Scumbag.
Oh, bro.
You don't know any of them, but the other know that guy is not very nice. You may have even forgotten his name. So he is Malachite. These are your 4 rivals. So in your first few days, you are basically just setting up. And we skip to your first day off. However, you can, of course, talk a little bit. So let's say you've had your first few introductions, meeting the teachers. Why don't we focus on the 3rd, so 1 day later, and you are in the evening in your common room, and you have some time to gossip. Maybe think about what you want to do on your first day off. Here you go.
So, Vita, what do you think of Cursebreakers Academy?
I think it's great. I mean, I've always loved studying and learning new things, and I think it used to be quite overwhelming, the idea to get to study here, and especially because I feel like I have to prove myself because it's only my first year here. But I'm slowly getting used to it. I really like it here.
Good.
Well, it helps that
Have-
most teachers are very kind. Sorry, I completely waltzed over what you were going to say.
I wasn't going to say much, I just reacted.
Still, I was too quick.
Have you already noticed differences to last year?
Are there any differences compared to last year? We don't think so, right?
Like maybe a teacher here and there that's different, but well, and we have a new common room due to the shitstorm that happened.
Exactly. And of course, Professor Hasudlon has been replaced by Thalantos. So he's not teaching you weapon mastery at the moment. But that's only the other 3 that know that.
I would.
Are any teachers more strict this year?
Well, Einar seems to be, because he's basically just been going over the curriculum, like in summary. But he seems to be a little looser. Although he does, for some reason, keep a little bit of distance from Naomi right now. But he seems to be a little bit looser. Like, in your first year, he was he just like Snape. He just came in, gave the class, walked out. But now, at least, going over the subjects a little bit more, telling a little bit more about going into detail. We're going to cover how to survive in the desert, how to deal with elementals, how to deal with other kinds of creatures. But not like the start of the lessons yet.
Okay. So we haven't really felt like anything has really sharpened up, like just an introduction.
Yeah.
I'd imagine the subject matter is just slightly more advanced compared to last year, but
Yes.
so far probably not. And I think none of the teachers were the type of people to be basically standing behind us with whips trying to get us to do our stuff.
No. Kalashar, your harmonic arts teacher, is always overabundant and always too much to deal with. Lorelai is much more distant, if you still remember how she looks. She is the one with the black veils and everything. To you, it's a little strange because she kind of more reminds you of Harmonia's counterpart Mortimus. But the study seems to be focused on Solaris anyways, and on minor blessings and typical rituals. But it's a little unsettling, especially those very sharp green eyes, which give me Give me a history check.
16.
They remind you of that wolf guy that you saw in the city, Cedric, who also has very sharp green eyes.
And green is sort of a special color in this whole snake mystery thing, right?
Well, this you don't know. The coloring is just very similar.
Oh, because the magic that came off of the thingies was purple, right?
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
So
It's
Yeah,
not necessarily associated with the enemy faction.
So I guess Rose is somewhat confused and unsettled, as you said, and worried about one of her favorite subjects not turning out to be as she wants it to be. But she, let's just say Lorelai hasn't earned her respect yet. Quietly.
I don't think she would really care about that. She's very matter of fact. What you also might be a little bit worried about is your weapon mastery teacher, who you know is actually a criminal. But they seem very strict in their lessons. They haven't yet started with any like battle plans or like weapon mastery. It's been mostly strictly about tactics on the first day. But he did mention like later in the week other topics might be covered. We're not going to cover every individual class, but sometimes we will.
Did he seem knowledgeable to me?
Roll me an insight check.
I imagine Thelga would appreciate his vibe more compared to last year, because the teacher last year was a little bit
23.
With 23. Actually, you were raised very traditionally with very like weapon mastery is like sharp, precise, while this man is more like from a survival instincts, like practical. If you don't have like a perfect blade, if you don't have a weapon, you grab the tooth of like a creature which you can use it at the right angle. He's much more practically orientated, where in your first year you had much more like how to elegantly use a staff, how to elegantly use a blade. So he's more survivalist instinct instead of
He's more practical, maybe than
traditional.
Than this traditional disciplinary.
Yes.
Okay.
And well, the other teacher, Anthea, already has like started with like discussing, starting with like health potions and all such of things. So that is standard. We're going to shift to your day off. And from then forward, you take a subject to focus on. On your first day, you still don't have stress, but why don't you do some shopping? Let's do it together, so then we know how that works. Who wants to roll the D100?
I do.
me.
Everyone.
I think I heard I do first, so.
All right. See.
But if we don't pick that one, I want to roll the next one.
Yeah. This is just
Don't
like
be sad.
random.
If you end up in a weird shop, we'll
18.
It's the brothel.
Okay. While you are shopping, you are going through the town. Maybe you are going to the southern markets. You wander a little bit around. You take a little detour. And at some point, you stand in front with the others at a little shop with like a very fancy like display with like a little bit like of an orb. And it says the Oracle.
Ooh. I like the rule.
oh, this can't be good.
All right.
Do you like
Yeah.
you see this?
I
You
see.
see that one? You have to tell them to
Yeah.
go into that one or re-roll and then you get another shot.
I'd like to do this one. It's
Okay.
interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's, guys, you wanna go in here?
That sounds like fun.
She might actually be real, or he.
Okay.
Who knows what they'll say?
So you enter in a little, quite dainty little shop. There's all kinds of like little lanterns on the side. There's like lots of like veils and blankets. It's like as if you are like in a little fortune teller's hut. And you do notice like intricate like paintings on the walls of like the sun, the moon. There's one blank painting. You don't really understand that one. You see the throne. You see the gem. You see all kinds of like fancy things. And then like a little bit of like a hooded older human is like, "Hello, dears. Can I help you with anything?"
Hello, ma'am. Certainly. We would like what is it called
A
again?
reading, I guess.
A reading. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't believe I didn't know that one.
Like a glimpse into your futures.
Yeah, I suppose, but not necessarily a future vision, but more of a handy advice, maybe?
So you want to be maybe like a little bit of insight into, or maybe a good luck charm.
Yes, something like that.
You also notice like there are like other things being sold here. You can just ask me if you want to see that. Otherwise, I'm going to continue with what she's saying.
I do want to take a look around.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you are looking around, there's of course like also some magical things that are being sold. At some points, you do notice like there's like open books in display cases, and when you look at it, it seems to be describing some kind of spell, and it says augury on it. And augury is like, from what you quickly know, you could ask, of course, all of the others, but augury is some kind of like little ritualistic spell if whatever you're doing is at a woe or wheel, like the augury spell. Are you also looking around?
I am, but I'm mostly just looking around to busy myself while she's talking to the lady, but I'm basically interested in also getting a reading.
Thalga. She's like,
Thalga would be interested in all the knickknacks that are played out, but she wouldn't be interested in augury or something like that.
You're just looking at all the little fun potions.
I don't know, maybe there's a
Little
fun
trinkets.
knickknack.
Roll me a d20.
Maybe something to send home. I probably have an aunt that's really into this sort of thing. 12.
You do have an aunt that's into this stuff.
No, somebody else did.
I had an ant.
Oh, you do.
While you're going through the little knickknacks, you do notice like one fancy bottle with like a little kind of like pinkish bubbly liquid with like sparkles in it, and it says actually elixir of true sight, with a price of 175 gold pieces.
What?
Ooh. Now this could actually be very useful.
Roll me a history check.
You. Where's Reinhold als je hem nodig hebt? 7.
It does sound interesting, like true sight, true seeing, but what does that mean? You'll have to ask.
Thalga would just be browsing and let the scene with the...
Okay. You would like a reading?
Yes, I would.
Alright. Well, and she kind of like directs you to like a little place in the back, like a little tent with like an orb like in front of her, like one of those divination tables. Although, dear, my talents, of course, do require a little sacrifice.
Ooh. What's the sacrifice?
25 gold pieces.
Very well.
Okay. All right. So.
Your firstborn.
No. Oh my. Okay.
Did you happen to bring a goat?
You see that she goes into the back, and like you notice like a little bit of smoke as the tent is being closed up. So, my dear, did you have a particular question or a subject that you would like to have a little bit more insight on?
I would like some insight on a particular connected soul to me.
Tell me more.
I have a twin.
You had a twin?
Still have.
Open your hands for me.
And, ooh.
Like, looks at your hands.
Yeah.
And like the human older woman. Ah, yes. I see it. In your hand, the twin line. However, there's a crack in it. You are searching for her, aren't you?
For a while now.
For a while. And you want me to glimpse if you may meet her again?
A bit more than that.
A bit more. Then you need to tell me a little bit more, my dear.
Well, I sort of need you to tell me a little bit more because I've been searching for answers and haven't been getting very far.
I see. Okay, I'm gonna roll for this. Natural 20. Okay,
Wow.
so open. Keep your hands open. And then she, in this case,
Slightly
like
skeptic.
yeah, skeptic. Like you don't know exactly if this might be like a scam. And like,
It's for fun though, right?
Yes.
tell me your twin's name.
Snow.
Snow. And your last name is White, isn't it?
Word goes around.
How did you know?
What?
Whoa.
Wow.
I see. And with a natural 20, I see. Like, You see that this orb is turning purple, but she has her eyes closed. I see a town, and it disappeared into the sand. This is what happened to you, hasn't it? And
Yes.
I do see one with blackened hair. Was she your sister?
Might be.
Might be. Although I see a cloud. Purple. Give me a perception check.
Perception. I had a really high one. I have 20.
Okay. So, in her room, there are all kinds of like portraits, like kind of like fancy portraits. One of them actually like glows up. What you see is on one of them is kind of like the head of like a draconic skull with like a bubble in front of it, and you see like a blackened figure of someone. You can't really quite place it, but they're like, "Get me out of here!" As if someone is trapped, as if someone is stuck somewhere. Right at the edge. And like you see like her fingers were like burning almost. You take a level of stress.
Ooh. +1.
Are
I
you alright?
don't know yet, but I have the feeling that she may be stuck somewhere. Frozen in time. But I cannot be too sure. These visions, that one always, like, you see this ominous draconic like face like in the back behind her, like glowing up. It's staring right at you.
It's like that?
Oh my! It cannot be! We have to stop this right now. I'm going to give you a refund, and
You are in pain.
yeah, like this is happening. What do you say?
But no, I can't. You were just.
I don't know if I
starting
can help you, my dear. And like, I'm sorry. And like, she kind of like rushes you out of this tent.
But my friends are still.
Yeah, you are being almost like shoved out of the
Kicked out.
tent. Curtain is being closed.
Definitely +1 stress level.
So I guess I'm not
Okay.
getting my reading then?
She seems genuine, but she's also genuinely not available. So, no.
The shop is closed. The shop is closed now.
What happened?
What did you do?
Please leave. You hear from the
Okay,
tent.
we're leaving. We're leaving.
And at the second that all of you are being like shoved out of this little shop, the door is being closed and locked.
Oh.
What
I just-
happened in there?
You did get your 20.
I just lean against that shop and fuck.
You got your 25 gold pieces back though.
Yay.
I don't want the 25 gold piece. I want info.
Hey,
You got some in.
You got info, and you got your money back, which is a win-win.
Rose, what did you do? That poor woman seemed traumatized.
It was an old lady. What did you say to her?
Traumatized by my trauma, I guess. I'm How known is it that I'm twin?
You don't know that.
And like the story that has been going around.
I don't know what you've told us.
I think Thalga would probably know more.
Yeah,
You would have shared it with me,
Yeah,
but I'm not sure if you would share it with them.
Did you?
Although-
yes, I think.
I don't
From
think-
like the public story, you are like one of the last survivors of said town, along with your mother and technically speaking your father, Jonathan, but he already moved to the city. So I don't know if the public knows about your sister in particular.
I'd imagine that
Yeah.
your mother would keep her mouth closed at all. So
Yeah.
there are rumors coming from her side.
Yeah, so there is a second me somewhere.
What? A second you?
You could have worded that in. By the way,
I
she
am
has
upset.
a twin sister.
Oh.
She doesn't have a clone running around.
Why didn't you just say so?
Calm down. It's just
Well,
you asked about her, and
she freaked, and we saw something. There was this really scary, skeleton-y, draconic head with an orb in his hands, and
She said something about an edge.
it's Rose's yes, or also yeah.
He knows from another
Rose's
campaign.
really. This is so hard to talk about. I saw my sister.
This is the painting that glowed up.
But yeah,
Ooh.
has she been kidnapped or taken? Is she
she
held against her will?
seems to be stuck in there, in some space. Like
Well, that sounds very unusual.
Yeah.
yeah, I've been. Yeah, you know that, Talga, but I have been looking for answers since our town, along with her in it, disappeared. And, well,
This person did not seem keen on talking.
she really didn't want to talk about it. I really wanted that answer.
Perhaps we could come back another time. Perhaps she's calmed down then.
Like Rose kind of tried to describe like that image, right?
Mhm.
How known is that to, like, it's a concept, so
Yeah.
how known is that
Okay,
image.
just
Yeah.
like you know about this, but I think that the others also will like know. The main belief and the main faith system in this universe is based on the deck of many things, on on the cards of the concept cards. Which one of those cards includes the void, which is basically the card of destruction and death, and well, not technically death, the card of destruction and nihilism.
It's
And
a bad omen.
It's a bad
Yeah.
omen. It's the worst omen you can have.
Okay. So are you guys familiar with the deck card, the void?
I mean,
Well, the concept of the void isn't a very pleasant omen. Can imagine that would freak out the.
I guess that's the one that nobody wants to get.
Exactly.
Did
I
you
suppose
did you just see that omen, or
it was sort of empty canvas on the wall filled itself with that card, as in moving and with sound and everything.
That's
And I don't really tell many people about her. Yeah.
It's
Sorry,
obvious
guys.
to see to the others that
Yeah.
Rose is a little bit like shaken up by this. Maybe she needs a distraction or something.
perhaps we go and get some food or visit another store so that you can get your mind off of this.
Because this is the first day, I will allow you to go to another shop.
Yes, let's
Yeah.
go grab a cup of tea on the go and find a different place to take your mind off of this.
Good idea.
Clearly, a charlatan that tries to upset you.
Let's go grab a Starbucks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or should I say
Starbucks.
Sunbucks?
Sunbugs.
Well, the magic didn't look like charlatan stuff to me, but
Okay.
sure.
Roll me the
Targa
another
tries to
D100.
make you feel at ease.
78.
Okay.
If this is a brothel, it could be a good
No, it would be a distraction.
Yeah.
Come, bros, we're going to a brothel. You need to get some hair on your chest.
That would look weird.
You, in attempts to try to like distract, you mentioned a little bit of food. You actually end up at a little fish stall connected to like other food stalls. So like a little bit of a food market.
Oh,
Bubblegum.
great.
Bubblegum Fish Shrimp Company.
Maybe. But
Bogum.
you end up at a fish stall where a catfolk like Tabaxi is like, "Hello, can I help you with anything?"
This smells amazing.
Ooh, thank you.
So does the food.
Can I offer you anything?
What do you have to offer?
Oh, I have several things to offer, of course.
Sure.
Well, I'll just give you the cards, but I'll just read them. Would you like to have a southern fried catfish, or a hearty stew made by me? Or would you like some tangy seaweed? Or would you like fish eye delight? Or a glazed eel? There are many different things that I can provide you.
What do you recommend?
Ooh. 1, 2, 3, okay.
It all sounds good.
The oysters are always a great taste. They're the most expensive item on my menu. But I also have extra salt oysters. However, if you crack them open and you suck them up in one go, they can give you good luck.
I'll have the fried catfish. Thank you very much.
This is like a little bit of a challenge. So it's up to you.
With the cracking open of the...
Yeah, and then
oysters.
in one gulp,
What was the light thing?
Fish eye delight.
yeah, fish eye delight.
Fish eye delight.
Yeah.
I'll try
I'll try
fish
the
eye
oyster.
delight.
Okay.
Hmm.
1 silver piece.
There you
I'll try
go.
the oyster.
Are you going for the challenge?
Yes.
Okay, that does require 2 gold pieces though.
Ooh.
That's fine.
Did you want something?
Do you have any specials?
Oh, specials. I do have some crispy cakes.
Oh, what?
Crispy cakes, crispy fish cakes made with cod, potatoes, and herbs, served on a thick sauce.
I was thinking about that, but is that one better than the eels marinated in oak wood? What would you recommend?
Oké, ik ken deze katten niet allemaal uit mijn hoofd. I would recommend my crispy cakes, but if you want something else...
But I would like a crispy cake, please.
Okay.
I'll have the lobster tails.
Okay. Lobster tails is 2 gold pieces. So... These are very fun guys.
Okay, thank you.
But hold on, we ding 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 does the bell. We have someone who does the challenge. So, he takes like a few minutes and like comes up with like still a closed oyster. Now the challenge is you crack it open, you suck it immediately out, and you swallow immediately. And if you do not throw up, it is supposed to bring you good luck.
Oh no.
So, I am not sure how well versed Talga is in fishy cuisine, but does that oyster look fresh?
Give me a perception check.
Or
It's
is,
do not
close,
die.
so technically it should be.
yeah, but that can be
And also be dead.
a slay of hand trick. Dat is 9.
9. You have no idea by telling. You look at the oyster. Seems fresh enough.
This is not going to
It
end
is
well.
presented on a little plate while the others are getting their regular food.
Okay, and how do I crack it open?
Your fists or your nails.
Okay.
I
So
just
it's just
slam it on
strength.
a rock.
Why do you get the spicy meals?
Oh, this is salty, not spicy.
Yeah, but it's not the exciting ones.
Yes.
She
I'll-
she has a lot to prove herself with.
What are you trying to...
Oh, go eat your oyster.
Constitution
Don't
save 15.
Moet ik hem eerst openen of is dat,
No,
lukt dat gewoon wel?
Dat kun jij wel. Dat kun jij wel. You're the strong one. Constitution save 15. If you
15!
if you succeed, you get something.
15. Oh!
Dat was bijna een natural 20. Maar in plaats daarvan is het een 2 plus 4.
Oof, that is very low. I'm going to say that
You bad.
you crack it open. And that happens. You get to describe that yourself.
Did you really have to
You
make that
pass
noise?
out.
How do I describe this?
You barf.
On what do you barf? Please don't barf on us.
This is the stretch.
No, I think I'll because I mean Naomi is quite she is quite strong, I'd say, but this was just a bit too much. So I don't barf, but I do like sort of like hold it in for a moment, turn away, and just sort of like spit it out and just.
She has not passed the challenge. That means bad favor for the rest of the 10-day. Point 1 stress.
Oh, that's me.
Like I said, if it's below an 8. You two are enjoying the show?
Yeah, I'm just like eating my cakes and watching what's happening. See, I told you should go for safe.
These are excellent lobster tails.
Thank you so much.
How is the delight? And how does it taste?
It's kind of up to you. What do you want? It's like
Okay. I'm gonna say it comes from a sweet fish. So it's kind of it has
I'm
a sweet
debating if I
flavor.
want to try again.
yeah. Fish eyes preserved in brine, served with a side of pickled seaweed with a sweet taste. That's
Good.
what it says.
probably would be very salty. But
It's magical.
It was
I don't
very
think-
salty. I can still taste the salt.
It just comes from a sweet water.
We have done 2 shops. We can always visit another one later. But
Sure.
I think it's time for the ladies to enjoy the rest of their day back in their rooms.
Yeah.
I
You-
could go for a nap.
You have made your way back to your common room by now. It's probably like a little bit later in the evening, so if you still want to have a little chat, you can do so now. Otherwise, we begin with the school week.
So that was fun. You should do challenges more often. I enjoy watching them.
I'm sorry,
You
no.
see like one tiny
Very.
like vein like.
maybe you should get your blood pressure checked.
Yeah.
It's probably all the salt.
It's not good for your heart.
Sorry, I'm just teasing.
You should have just gone for the safe options, honestly.
What's the point in that?
I mean, it tasted
You're gonna-
good. That's
You're gonna,
sure.
you have to enjoy the good things in life, and sometimes you have to take a risk.
True, but I wouldn't have taken that risk.
Why?
I mean, there were so many good options on that menu,
True.
and
This seems fun.
honestly, have you never eaten oysters before? You know they're very salty.
I know that they're salty, but that was more salt than oyster.
I mean,
At least
yeah,
that's the
the risk.
interpretation of it.
I mean, sure, I've heard they're a great aphrodisiac. Could have helped with that.
Well, in what way?
Heb je er nooit gehoord?
Jawel. I'm just in context.
I
in
don't know.
character,
I
I'm like,
mean,
Vita, I think that means that you serve them to your attempted beloved.
I don't know. Or perhaps she had plans to see the meat tree after.
Oh.
Could have come.
You still
across
have an eye
it.
on him.
no.
Sure.
That's a very convincing no.
Is out of character.
In character zou het ook best wel best.
Ja, misschien, maar niet de. Nee.
Hoewel ik me kan voorstellen dat ze ook gewoon het pap uitdeelt.
Ja.
You know it's only friendly teasing.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm sure you've had friends before, right? That was actually just a deadpan statement. Necessarily
If you would hit someone at some time, I would hit her right now.
It was just an
Or
honest.
start crying.
It was honest and honest statement.
You're mean.
I'm very observant.
What if I didn't?
Ooh.
Well, in this case, then we would like to explain to you that this is how people,
Friends.
you know, mess around a little.
Mhm.
There's no offense meant. And if you are offended, then I want to apologize.
It's not. I'm not used to this. We never did this at home.
I see.
That must have been very boring. Did you never joke with anyone that you liked?
No.
Then what did you do with your friends?
We trained. We sparred.
So everything your whole life was about training and weapons.
A discipline.
Hmm.
And everything related to that.
I must say then I feel quite lucky in the way that I grew up.
I guess.
I guess maybe with us you could do it a little less discipline.
I mean,
There's a time and place for discipline, and a time and a place for just having
the dance was already very way out of my comfort zone.
But I saw
The
you.
entire dinner party was out of my comfort zone.
I think it was out of all of our comfort zones, but you managed.
You pulled it off quite well.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the alcohol helped a bit with the nerves, but and I guess my training. That's what I try to adhere to.
I didn't hear or see any bruised toes, so that's a good one.
Well, there were some bruised toes, apparently, but not-
Yes, I don't want to talk about this. They still hurt.
You notice that the lights in the
Yeah.
common room are slightly starting to dim.
Okay,
Oh, I think there's a hint here.
yeah, too bad. Busy day tomorrow. Yeah.
Yes. As you enter your zenith
Yeah.
day, the 5th day, and you get ready to go back to studying. So, each of you is going to tell me at which subject they would like to focus until the 10th. What would you like to focus on?
Since it's the first subject, probably weapon mastery.
What would you like to focus on?
Harmonic arch.
What would you like to focus on?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. I think Thalga would focus on the alchemical studies.
Okay.
Teacher-wise, I'm in conflict between two distinct characters.
It's up to you.
I guess I'm gonna put up with Einar, Defense Against the Arcane.
Okay. All right. It's time for your rolls. Pick one of your skills and tell me how you want to stand out in your class. If you don't really have a good idea, you pick out one of your skills and just tell me the result.
Is there a particular... Sorry,
I think now we would focus more on her, training that she had like all those years ago, and her physique and everything. So just with strength and precision, sort of.
So you will roll with
so-
athletics.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's a -1 from the stress and +2 from the. That would be 9.
Ooh. But not below 8, so no extra stress. But you feel a little. Maybe that salty taste in your mouth doesn't go away for a while, which distracts you sometimes. You may be getting a few stares from Thanantos. Maybe you're still. He might be like looking at you that you're still focusing for his preference too much on the traditional style instead of the survivalist style, as he would prefer to call it.
The only way I could have rolled below an 8 was with a natural 1.
Pick me one of your skills.
Persuasion?
Oh, okay. So maybe you need to do some speech.
Yeah, or
Okay.
like a presentation or something.
Okay.
Het is moeilijk hè, slikken.
Ja, iemand anders aan de tafel had het probleem ook.
Please roll for me.
That can have multiple meanings.
Oh, that is 24.
Was it a natural 20?
No, it's a 19.
Okay, still a very excellent result.
I am very good at talking.
Yes, you're. Okay, your
And
presentation.
talking, yes.
I'm sorry.
He asked you. You were asked to do a painting. When you did that painting, you were supposed to present it to the class, and you did excellently. And like, I can see your vision. He approved very much of that.
Honestly, that's bullshitting my way through college and school and whatever. I did that exact thing back in high school during my arts class. That's the only thing that made me get my diploma.
Persuading people is a very important skill.
I mean...
Rolling 19 or 20 actually gives you minus stress. So,
but I already have 0 stress, so...
That means that you just get a bonus.
Oh, nice.
-1 on
-1 stress.
Yes, so that's rolling 19 or 20 gives you 1 less stress. And you can go above 0.
Or below 0.
Yeah, below 0. Thalga!
So Thalga, but actually the whole blabbering of Marco Vilperian was in a weird way useful, because she thought of maybe something related to the desert and nature. So I want to do a nature roll.
Ooh.
Yeah, so she already has some experience with the desert and stuff like that, but she wants to maybe something in a bottle or other ways with which you can easily confront the harsh climate. I'm sure Professor Antea has some useful tips. Kijken, +5, dat is 12 + 5 is 17.
With a 17. That's an excellent result with nature. At some point during your maybe like brewing a potion, Anthea comes to look on and she's like, an excellent color. Smell isn't bad. Good work. And she nods to you and we move on.
I choose Arcana.
Okay.
Quite literally wanting to gather more magic knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, I think it's basically partly my nose in the books and getting to every important detail or every unimportant detail that may appear handy.
Yeah.
And, just taking things in
All right.
as much as possible.
Roll for me.
6.
That means a level of stress. That gives you 2.
2 stress?
Ja. Welk vak had je gekozen?
Defense against the arcane.
Ja, dat is +1, dus dan is het 7. Ja, dat helpt niet.
Einar sees you struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
And like...
Dat is allemaal min 1.
Ja,
allemaal min 1.
dus dat is -2 stress.
Ja, ze heeft +2 stress nu.
Of dat bedoel ik.
Nee, maar ook voor de rol bedoel ik was het ook min 1.
Ja. Dus,
Oh ja.
Oh ja.
dus ze had 5 dan?
Nee, dan is het 6 +1 van het vak, -1 van de stress. Dus het is 6. Dus je had het in eerste instantie.
Okay. At some point, Einar is like... He doesn't even address to you, he just hears the thoughts, you don't know that, but he hears the thoughts of stress. And just like... Perhaps you should study more on your day off.
Yes, sir.
Rounding off the first week with Naomi with a 9, not that great. Rose with a 6, she could do better. Thalga with a 17, and Vita with a 24. So Vita is already
Freezing my way through college.
which is very fitting for a sorcerer. So we get to the 10th day, so the first end of the week, with still the memories of everything that happened early in the week fresh in your mind. And you wake up in the morning, you have your cup of tea. What you gonna do today?
I get a visitor today.
Yeah, true. You don't know exactly when he will show up. But...
No, but I think I'll just lounge around until then.
Yeah. Do you inform the others?
Sure.
Do you invite them to said meeting, or do you think...
I just ask them about their plans.
Here you go.
So, what are you guys doing today?
Thalga was thinking of visiting the palace and the palace gardens.
Good idea. It's a beautiful day for that. Rose, what are you up to today?
Rose is partly inclined to go visit the old lady again because she really wants that info.
Mm-hmm. But
also, otherwise, just find a good store on magic items.
You're not going to study today?
Oh wait. Well,
You have stress +2, so your start of the year is already a little bit tough. So it's up to you.
This Einar did say that I should study today.
Maybe he has a point.
He has a point. I so badly want to go back to that lady.
We could go.
But no, I think I'm gonna go find a nice reading room in the city. Just maybe get my head out of school for a while being able to study.
I'm going to count that as resting. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, then you would lose all your stress points. Okay. What do you want to do?
I think Naomi would just reflect on what she was told by her new weapon mastery teacher.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think she would probably do that either in her room or in the common room.
Or you could go to the practice field.
True, but I think it's more. It'll be more a sort of like meditative things. So just trying to relive it in her mind and see if she can give it like a place within all everything that she taught. If she can learn from what she's been told.
So I'm going to treat that as studying. Okay. Then you get +5 in the next subject, which is weapon mastery, then I assume. All right. Tolga, are you going to the palace?
She would be inclined to do so, yes.
Okay.
I
Sure.
don't know how you want to deal with that.
In this case, it's very simple. Going off alone is typically not recommended, and it could be an extended scene. So, unless you really want to, but then the others have nothing to do for a while.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Tolga could ask Rose to come along, as she often does.
Yeah, but then you have to change your mind.
And then I have to change my mind.
Well, maybe she can just visit the gardens whilst I'll deal with the prince.
Okay, but then you cannot be involved with the conversations and stuff. Sure. Okay. And you are waiting until somebody arrives.
Yes.
Okay, why don't you two then roll me a d20, which we're going to do first.
Nat 20.
Oh.
Waar nou op dit moment?
Okay. So on your
Jij moet
day
op een ander moment komen.
Okay. Let's see. On your day off, this is of course is in the inner ring, so that is a little bit further away. It would the walk to there would be like 2 or 2.5 hours, and because Tolga is small, so with her less movement speed, she would typically call for a taxi, which is an actual thing here.
Definitely.
So,
What does a taxi look like here?
How do you call
Probably
one?
just a carriage.
I am going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. So, going to the entrance, actually, of the school. Where are you, my beautiful entrance of the city? This is just a little bit of exposition, just for funsies. Hoppa. And then on the day, Tolga wanders out the academy, and so she's of course a second year, so she knows how this works, and the others also know. Vita doesn't.
Yeah, I was sort of actually waiting for a moment. Like Rose would have to change her mind, but
Yeah.
Talga didn't ask, so
I assume she would have asked, so...
Probably the moment you see me walk outside, you ask me, what are you going to do? I would say, oh, I'm going to the gardens. You were going to take a resting day. Maybe you can do it in the palace gardens. That's a lovely place to
it's
be.
a very lovely place. Yes. Okay. Yeah, got it.
Okay. So, you step out. Of course, the square is filled with other people. Like, there's other students and there's other people, like, wandering around. However, it's not really on the map, but, like, around here, there is a bird setup, a bird cage. And there is one handler there. And typically, hey, I need a carriage drive. And they typically, you ask, where do you need to go?
Oh, good morning. I'm looking to go to the palace today.
To the palace, just for a visit?
At the gardens, yes.
Well, on New Day, the gardens are open to the public, so all right. Well, you know how it works. 1 gold piece. Okay. Is she coming along with you?
I believe I am.
Okay. 1 gold piece, so please remove 2 gold pieces. So what happens is that this bird cage, like one of the bird cages, is opened up, and like you see that this tabaxi, like, is also an employee of the school. They're putting on like a little roll, they're putting it on the bird, and they let the bird fly. 30 minutes, and then they'll be here. So you have some time. We're going to skip that.
Sure.
And I'm gonna roll who is your carriage driver, just for funsies. Natuurlijk is het een 1. So Amidon comes to pick you up. So,
Nice.
the same carriage as from the from the early week shows up, and ladies,
Oh, how lovely to see you again.
thank you.
Shall, we are heading towards the gardens of the palace.
Yeah, the instruction said so. I can drop you off there.
That would be most welcome.
So, how was your, you get in, how was your first week at the academy?
Could have gone better.
Oh, it was wonderful.
Those are 2 conflicting answers, ladies.
Yeah, so Talga, as usual, was a top student. But school, it's school. It can go well and it can go not so well, but I'll pick it up again.
Are you struggling with something?
Yeah, sort of the arcane, as in defense against the arcane.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, magic is definitely not my strong suit. You'll have to ask one of my brothers about that. But...
Does one of your brothers have a specialism in that, or?
Well, one of my brothers is a steward, so yeah.
Oh, the stewards are probably really busy, right? What? We know him. Right?
Well, the stewards are always busy. Though I'm not very inclined, I'm not very gifted with magic.
Oh, it's all right.
Gifted in other things.
Well, how was your day? Week thus far?
Some of the guards are a little at unease because we needed to do extra drills and we've had inspections at our houses. Seems something's up, but I suppose it's related to what we have encountered, ladies. So.
Oh.
Amidon is not aware of what happened at the warehouse. But...
Oh. Well,
We
that
shan't
is.
share that. Shouldn't share that.
No. Well.
Well, unless you want to blurt it out. But Talga would not mention that.
No. Well. Well. How well would he be able to read faces concerning being involved?
Amidon right now cannot make eye contact with you because
he was
it's an open carriage, but he can still talk to you.
In this case, it's very easy for you because you can lie whatever you want. But
Yeah,
you probably won't hear.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Well, you are the ones keeping all of us safe, after all.
Something must have happened. I suppose it's related to because the sand snakes are more active and it's just been concerned, and more robberies have been happening lately.
Oh, how terrible.
Does that specifically concern desert area or the town?
Well, it's been mostly in the southern Maine, so mostly the commoner districts. But more break-ins, and we are typically a little bit too late. Like some of my own crew has been slacking. So
I suppose you have good tactics that you would like them to handle.
True. We could use it could be fun if a weapon master expert from the academy comes to visit us at the Drake House and maybe whip them into shape. You are now aware of an extracurricular activity.
All right. I can keep that in mind, I think. Or should I just say that now? Like having the chance.
Dan moet je haar aanwijzen.
Yeah. Well, I actually have a weapon mastery expert friend.
Oh.
She comes highly disciplined, recommended.
You notice that he kind of blushes for a second. Is it the one with the muscles?
Oh yes.
You're in demand.
Oh yes. Naomi knows her way around a pointy stick.
Wow.
Rose smothers a laugh.
A spear or a sword.
Well, anyways, if she has a day
Anything long and
off,
hard?
she can always visit the Drake House. So.
Well, every 5th and 10th we have days off, so you can contact her if you guys have time free with all your things to handle.
Okay, that's a persuasion roll. If he will reach out to her. Otherwise, she can show up.
Yeah. Wait, persuade.
Okay.
Persuasion.
or charisma.
Yeah, that's a 13.
It's okay.
Maybe he'll pick up on that. But he said maybe.
Okay.
But you could also inform her, and then she could go on.
I
up to you.
can also just inform her if it's inconvenient for you.
I'm sure you'll find each other.
Fate will bring us together.
We are going to move on to the royal palace. As you are being dropped off,
quickly.
you are being dropped off at the entrance.
Yes. Well,
And,
anyways, thank you for your services again.
Not a problem. Just as before, do I need to pick you up in a few hours, or another one of my colleagues?
I don't know how long this is going to take. Tolga?
Do I know how long this is going to take?
No. And if she's going to rest in the garden, she'll probably be here all day. And the gardens are open to the public today, so...
We'll probably stay until closing.
Okay, well, the gardens close around sunfall. Sunset, so I can pick you up then. Or send someone.
That would be most pleasant.
Alright. Does not ask you to pay. Alright.
Alright. Well, then I hope you have a positive, uneventful day with everything going on.
Have a fun day, ladies. And drives off.
Cheerio.
The gardens of the palace are open to the public on this day, and as you can see, it is a gorgeous palace.
Yeah, wow.
It is a beautiful palace with lion statues with waterfalls going down, going into ponds with all kinds of fish. No, there's signs fishing not allowed. But it's a wonderful palace, and it's open to the public.
Yeah, I saw this and was thinking that there might be a theme here.
Lions, yeah.
So I'll try and see if I find the prince.
Well, Rose is just going to go.
Strong, with a sparkle in her eyes. You do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I will go find a cozy corner.
I heard there was a lovely cafe somewhere. So enjoy your the day, and I'll meet up with you after I've concluded my business.
All right.
Okay. You enter, well, in this case, you enter the gardens, you separate. To go inside the palace, that's off limits. There are, of course, Concordi sentinels standing guard. So you would need to address one of them.
I think Thalga would find someone who looks a little bit official and then
The guards.
discreetly mention. So this is perhaps difficult and might be a request you hear often, but I am...
Name and identification.
My name is Thalga Fireward. I am from the Cursebreakers Academy.
You show your badge. Yes, you all have a badge.
A student card.
Yes.
Yes.
Discounts.
I used mine recently. I was very happy.
So I didn't really make an appointment, but I had a talk with the prince about the crystals.
The sprinkler system. Yes, we've been having
Yes.
some issues with them. You talked with the prince?
Yes, I am from Sadbarat, and he asked my experience in the matter.
Tolga Fireward it was.
Yes.
Takes a notebook. Checks your student card. Wait here.
All right.
And you've been waiting for like 20 minutes by now. You're enjoying the waterfall that is like where you're standing next to.
I'm sure there's plenty of beautiful things to look at.
Give me a perception check.
Like the prince.
Dat is een nat 20.
Oh, okay.
Die rolde ook echt wel. Bam! Plus 1. 21.
Okay. You do notice that some of the plants on the sides, because this is the front, of course, some of the plants on the sides are like turning black, as if they're not getting enough water, as if they're like, it is strange because they're not really rotten, but they're blackened. It's very strange. It's a little confusing. And you pick up on this and it's kind of like strange to you. Like they're still like vibrant, like they're still standing up. It's not as if the leaves are down, they're just blackened. And after like maybe 40 minutes, the prince actually steps out and like the one guard.
Oh, your highness.
Thalga Firewards. I see that invitation, you took the first chance that you got.
Well, I actually had another free day, but I had to show some of our friends to the city. But yes, I thought it would be nice. It was a lovely day out, and I heard in your voice it was an urgent matter.
It definitely was. It is, my father appreciates it to make wanderings through the gardens, especially our back garden.
I see.
We've been having some trouble. Will you follow me?
Gladly.
Leads you into the palace. There is no map for the palace, but
Thalga just pretends to belong.
there's like paintings of many different lion folk. Give me a perception check.
On one.
Yeah. You get it. Well, the DC is lower because you had a 20.
8.
8. While passing by, you actually see a painting of Einar in winter form.
Thalga makes a note of this.
And you continue on. There's no map for this garden, but you actually come inside of like one of the centerpiece gardens, and there you are slightly unsettled because the whole garden is blackened. So this is one of the problems that we've been dealing with. We're not quite sure what is happening. The sprinkler system doesn't function, but all the flowers around here in the centerpiece are turning black.
Well, I noticed some at the public garden as well.
It's been spreading.
But it's, if they wouldn't get enough water, I would expect them to turn meh.
Yes, that's also something we don't quite understand. That is why we needed someone with expertise on all these crystals. The ones that we have here do not understand the systems of Satbarat.
Well, I'll take a look at one. I'm not a botanist, unfortunately, so I can't help with the plants themselves, but I could take a sample back with me to the academy and ask around.
That would be great. I'll take you to one of said crystals, as in this case, be careful about, well, although it's blackened, but it's not dead. We don't really understand what's going on here. And like, it's it's like a mini crystal. It's kind of like an improvised version of the designs of like the big crystals. So it's not made by you, it's not even approved by you. It's more like not a rip-off, but just an alternative interpretation. Probably made by one of your uncles, brothers, sisters, whatever. But it has a gemstone in it, which is just as the one back with that vineyard. It is blackened, and it's drained of its color. It feels strange.
It seems drained almost.
What could that signify?
Well, the other day when I visited the vineyard, and we have a larger system that I personally designed that also uses similar crystals, and that was also drained. The function of the machine got it returned as soon as we replaced them. But we're not sure why they're being drained.
These crystals originate from Einar's palace, do they not?
Yes. Perhaps I should discuss it with him then. So, do you have replacements?
Well, that's the thing. We've been trying to replace them, but it doesn't take long before they also turn this shade of color. I can take you to the storage room, if you would like that.
So, even above game, ja, dat is een beetje hoeveel jij mij daar leeway in geeft natuurlijk. It wouldn't be the case that Talga has any materials to read out the crystal and see what's going on with it.
Arcana check.
Dat kan ik zeker proberen.
Rose is enjoying the waterfall. She's kind of like sitting next to it.
18 plus 4 is 22.
Oh, okay. You don't really have a way of like there's like
maybe I could connect it to my armor or something.
Yeah, you could probably do that, and like you connect it up to your armor, and like you kind of like look at it, and you just see like as if something like purple is like sparkling inside of it, as if it's kind of like draining.
Interesting. And you mentioned that it doesn't really matter how many new crystals you put in, the same thing happens after a few days.
It happens after a few hours.
Well, that is somewhat alarming.
As he kind of like follow me and like leads you to like a side room.
How much has Rose shared with the color that she's been sensing?
That's up to you to decide.
I think she will have shared it, and then Talga can request for some sensing assistance since I'm around.
I think you would know that. And like he opens up a closet in this case, and it is just filled with blackened crystals. The thing is that we would have asked Einar more intimately about this, but he's been more distant, and we do not want to overstep.
I see. Even kijken. Talgar die probeert eens even na te denken, want zij werd natuurlijk een beetje op de snuffert geduwd door Einar toen ze naar zijn necklace vroeg, hè?
Yup.
Does this give the same feeling? Does this look the same? Is this similar, or?
You notice a strange purple glow coming from it at some point, because it was, no, she did. She sensed that. So you only know that it was like a blackened crystal, but it is pure black. While these crystals are just like blue, but drained of their color.
Oh.
So it doesn't really give you the same sensation, but you know that Rose has a way of sensing things.
So, Your Highness, may I take one of these? Einar is my mentor. I might be able to ask him without overstepping boundaries, or at least discuss with him what the boundaries exactly are and whether or not I'm crossing them. In order to see what's going on, because, yeah, we create machines, but the power source is something entirely different, and he might be able to find what's wrong with it. I also have a friend that might want to look at this.
Of course. How much do you need?
Oh, just one should suffice.
All right.
Not going to, throw it away.
Okay, that's fine.
So, unfortunately, there's not much I can do right now, because, as I said, if the system would not be working, these plants would be barren.
It's almost, the thing is, they're not dead.
Wilted.
They're not wilted. They're not dead. It's more like as if they're like in another state that they're stuck in, like void of life.
Well, that's an interesting choice of words. Yeah, we really need to investigate this, because that's not good.
We are also worried that it may spread to other places in the palace, and that means that we would have to close down the public gardens, which would demoralize a lot of people in the city.
Yes, you did quite a lot with the gardens.
You see those two line waterfalls?
Oh, that mighty one on the left. I think it looks like you.
Oh, how thoughtful of you to say.
Oh, might doubt you.
Anyways, I would appreciate this if you kept it a little quiet.
I'll keep it discreet, but I will ask Einar about this. I'm sure Lumen Guinnessera can help.
Yeah, you have a research topic now. You can use your extracurricular activity or when you're in the city to see if you can learn more about this. You could ask Rose, or you could go to Rose and...
Is there anything else you need me for?
If you cannot help me with this right now, then at the moment I do not.
Then, well, thank you for showing me. I'll take great care of this. She puts it in her pack.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll report back as soon as possible.
Great. Then I will assist you out.
Yes.
While you are making your way down the town, you probably also see at some point Queen Agimi sitting in like one of the side rooms, and you also maybe she waves at you. At some point you also see Beaufort and the king actually walk out of the door, but because Solaris is guiding you out. So, and now you are standing back at the front entrance.
Well, thank you for taking me in your home, and I'll, as I said, I'll see to it that the human looks at it.
In case one of the guards asks around, if you tell them I'm here to see Volcaron, then they will quickly get to me.
Ah, all right. Volcaron.
Yes.
That a nickname?
My second name, actually.
Oh. I see. I thought your name was Solaris.
My name is indeed Solaris, but I also had a second name, and that name is
not
used.
Not known. Yeah, I see.
Yes.
But thank you for this. As she may take the liberty to, on his
Lower
arm,
Oh. Okay.
Thank you, and I'll see to it that it makes its way back.
I appreciate it.
And if there's any more mechanical issues, please feel free to ask me to look at it.
Mm-hmm. And otherwise, we'll contact others of your clan.
Yes, I'll also write a letter that we have been noticing these things. I'll make sure it gets to Satmara discreetly.
Good.
Not many speak our dialect, so chances are they won't be able to decipher it anyway.
Maybe it. Let's see. Okay, it's a 9. he tries to imitate a dwarven accent a little bit. It doesn't sound that great. He tries to say, like, in dwarven, I wish you a good day, embrace the sun, but it's a little awful.
Toga appreciates the gestures and just repeats "praise the sun" in dwarven back, so that he understands what part he got wrong, and we won't focus on the bad stuff.
I thought I said it perfectly.
Oh, it's just a slight intonation. It's all right.
I should fire that teacher. It was a joke.
Right. Toga would try to find.
Rose, this interaction took maybe a little bit longer than an hour. Doesn't matter. And while Rose is just chilling,
The books are quite just laying there.
Yeah, you find her.
Rose, how lovely.
Oh, hi.
Yes,
Saga.
you took resting a little bit too literally. So we have a slight discrete issue. Takes out the crystal. Would you mind trying to sense what's going wrong here?
Take the crystal. And turn on divine sight sensing. Well, let's roll for it then.
No, you don't have to.
You don't have to?
It's void of anything.
It's void. In void, there's energy too, right?
Okay, maybe I said wrong. You don't sense anything. It's been drained.
Okay. And that's not normal for a battery.
No.
There should be something.
There should be something.
Okay. I don't sense anything. I mean literally anything. There's nothing in it.
It's innate. That's not supposed to happen. I'm going to take these to Einar to see if he has any sensible opinion on the matter, because of course the crystals come from him, but it seems that they're influencing the mechanics that we're dealing with. You know, the dwarven inventions that are keeping the gardens green.
The vineyard issue.
Yeah, same thing. Same thing is happening here, just smaller crystals and more blackened plants.
Yeah, like the inner gardens of the talons are completely black. But
That's weird.
she did. She
Not dead?
No, blackened.
give me a quick perception check.
No. Perception. That would be 7.
You haven't seen any blackened plants. You've been resting. You haven't paid attention.
So, blackened plants?
See that flower over there?
In the corner, in the edge.
That's not how a flower is supposed to look.
The flower is entirely lit up brightly, but its petals are beautifully, but it's just black.
I mean,
right.
it has a beauty
That
of its own,
is
isn't it?
weird.
Something like that.
Something tells me I haven't been paying attention.
Oh, before I forget above game in between, I think at the Inner Gardens, Taga would have asked to take something with him.
Of the flowers?
Yeah.
Actually, you can't. That if you would have done so, then we're switched quickly going back to that moment because. Okay.
Because
just a
I
second.
said, can I take a sample? And he said, oh, that's fine.
I thought you meant the crystal. When you say from the plants, we'll shift quickly back to that moment. The thing is, try plucking at it. Doesn't come out. Stuck. See what I mean?
You can't cut him?
No.
Well,
They're also in the exact same state. Try cutting off pulling off a petal. You can't.
well, that's disconcerting.
It's kind of as if they're paralyzed.
Well, then Taga would take that information with her.
So I wish I could give you a sample of this, but the crystal is the only thing. And we shift back to this moment in time.
Whiplash!
Is that time travel?
No.
No. Would would be an interesting topic to discuss with Antea, though.
Just shovel one out, root and all.
Give me... You know what? Give me a history check.
History.
Ooh.
Nee.
With a 9? Yeah, Antea does ring a bell in this case. Because, what was the other? You've seen some kind of like stiffening and turning hard and draining its color. You've seen this before, but for a second you can't remember why.
No, I do, but Talga doesn't.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting first Einar, then the rest of the.
I'll give her a quick history check too. Because you're kind of talking about this.
Jij doet het niet heel veel beter dan wij.
8.
Nee,
Right.
plus 2 is 10.
10, yeah.
Oh, a 10. A 10 would meet DC. You are reminded of that dragon folk. That dragon folk that you rescued, whose arms were turning stiffened and turning gray. Although this is turning black, but it's similar as it became hard.
Alright. So Talga came back and is sharing the information with me.
Yeah.
And looking at the plant that I obviously haven't paid attention to. And thought, oh, that looks oddly familiar. It's like,
Have you seen plants like this?
no. But that dragon folk we came across, remember? With the arm?
Oh,
He's still in care of the academy.
we can check it out.
Might be a lead.
Yeah. Well, I'll first discuss it with Lumen Guinnessera, and then we'll see where it goes from there. If he has the same reaction to asking about crystals like he did with his jewelry, then we won't get very far.
Yeah, but if he'll genuinely be wanting to help, then this is a serious royal problem.
Yes, but we know his frigid disposition.
Fair enough. Let's hope for the best.
Good
And
idea.
you spent the rest of the evening here, just in the gardens, maybe doing a little research. You don't get any bonuses, but you have rested up.
That's fine.
We shift back to the room. At some point, there is a knock, and on the common room, what do?
I go and open the door.
One of the employees, kind of like one of the workers at the Tabaxi, hello, there's someone for you at the front desk.
Oh, okay. I'll come with you then.
Okay. As you are training on your own, unless you take an interest now and you change your mind.
You have a visitor, Vita?
Yes, Ramil is coming over. Well, hold on. So, kom niet op de wacht. I suggested he come and see the academy, and he accepted, so I'll give him a tour.
You give him a tour. Do you even know the whole academy? For being here?
Not really, but I guess we'll figure it out together then.
I could show both of you around.
Does kind of get my credibility down, but still, you could also always come along, I guess, and then just pick up if you sense that I don't know anything anymore. That I don't know where we're going.
Sure. Sure, I guess that is that works.
All right. If you're not busy or anything.
This it's not like I'm gonna get where I want to be today anyway, so.
Okay. Sure.
Procrastination.
It doesn't breathe welcome.
Oh, well.
Are you going with her?
Yeah.
Okay, and you're changing your plans, and you follow her and the worker to the front desk. In this case, that is at the entrance of the school. So, yoink. And there stands Prince Ramil, who is at the door.
Ramil. Good morning.
Ah, good day to you both, ladies.
Good to see you again.
As I had said, I would come to check out the academy.
How have you been?
Busy. I've been trying to whip up shake up some of the Concordian Sentinels so that they have to do some inspections. But because I'm technically an outsider, there are some other regulations to follow. I've been keeping an eye out on the eggs. Like 2 of them have hatched even. So young guard drakes at the Drake house.
Sounds fun.
We should go and visit the Drake house soon then.
Yeah.
Well, today would not be a good day.
No, not today, but soon, I said.
Soon.
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, like it's fun because then the bonding starts to happen. It's a really fun moment to see.
Yeah. Sounds amazing.
How's Sparky?
So, like Sparky at some point, he's like feeling a lot better. Like, there's like still like a little bandage, but like he's all right. So has appeared.
I sort of like
Yeah.
like pet him.
Thank you.
You know what? Okay, and then he'll kind of just like lunge at you, and kind of like jump into your arms, and like kind of like goes around your neck a little bit, and then eventually like jump onto you, and then I think roll me both animal handling check.
19.
8.
Sits on your shoulder.
Yay!
It kind of like goes around your neck for a while and then like settles on your shoulder.
All right.
Well, although Sparky has bonded to me, sometimes they change their minds though. So it may have taken a liking to you.
I don't mind. He's a sweetheart.
Yes, he definitely is.
Okay, well, let's come along then. We'll show you the school.
Great. The both of you have noticed that he said this bonding thing twice, so you do pick up on this. But, someone has the paper with the academy. Well, I'm here for a tour then, ladies.
Okay, sure. Is there anything in particular you would like to see first, or it's high on your list?
Well, I'm wondering, does your temple have something dedicated to Siegfried?
Does it? Does nobody know?
Give me both a religion check.
Religion. Natural 20.
18.
Okay, you know, even in the Soarlands, there is some kind of idol referred to, which is a human, which is Siegfried, which is kind of like a human who connected all the dragons and united all the dragons, mostly revered to, especially around the area with the kobolds. Like, you know this from another little campaign. You have noticed in your divinity class that there is like one corner with like at least a statue.
I think I've seen something about related to Siegfried, yes?
Well, it would be great to see that. Like,
Then I guess we'll start in the eastern main then.
Okay, well, lead the way, ladies.
I guess just forward.
You
Do I know the way there? It's a good question, by the way.
I look at you, sort of like
You're
expecting
like,
you to
okay,
say. You
sure.
asked me to stay in the background, so.
I would have come up with something. Do I need to roll? Do you want me to roll for anything?
Sure,
or?
roll me a history check.
Oh no. History 12.
With a 12. Okay, you know the basic layout of the school, but you don't know where said statue is in said temple.
Okay, but I'll just walk to the temple then.
Yeah,
And
I
I'll
think
just
you would know.
Show
You've been there for a
the
year.
entire temple.
Okay.
And while walking, I'll just tell him like, I'm new here too, so there are parts that I still haven't been able to discover, but I thought it might be fun to discover them together.
Okay. Well, you go to that wing, and you go to like those rooms. It doesn't seem to be that there is like a class at the moment, but you do arrive there.
Ooh.
So you are at the entrance. Ooh, this is lovely. It's gorgeous. I've never had the chance to actually visit this specific place. Well, can you give me the tour, ladies? So you can just make something up here. So just you see what you see.
Okay, so it's really one of the most beautiful places in the school, I think. I mean, as I have thus far seen. But I mean, yeah, it's a very serene place. It's, even though I haven't been brought up with much religious knowledge in my childhood, it still feels very accessible. So I mean that's at least the feeling that it gives me as soon as I walk in. I don't know if Naomi.
The feeling is if something kind of like watches over you.
Yeah.
It is a comforting feeling, for me at least. Every time I step inside, it's a certain sense of serenity. I did have some lessons in religion when I grew up, but most of what I know about it I've learned here.
You're of course like walking in from this side with the group, and you do like
reach there.
you do like notice that like Lorelei is there. So it's kind of up to you if you want to address her or that you kind of just like leave her be.
I mean,
Does she notice us?
I think so. She's in prayer right now. So she is like, in this case, sitting on said bench in front of like a huge statue with huge wings that you both know is like dedicated to Harmonia. And it seems that she is like in prayer. Seems to be some kind of ritual as all the candles are like lit up, like several different scrolls and papers have all been laid out.
then I guess we shouldn't interrupt her.
I'll move up.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'll place down. I grab one of those flowers that I had that she gave me for the dance. I sort of kept it and I place it down next to her on the bench and just walk away.
Okay. Do you say anything? Do you think of something?
As I do that, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't say anything because I notice that she's praying.
Mm-hmm.
But it's sort of, in my mind, it's sort of like...
But do you like do maybe a prayer in your head? Maybe you don't know the prayers about Harmonia, but you could like still like... They're still idols. They're still a force that affects the world. It's up to you.
Well, in Naomi's mind, it's not necessarily towards Harmonia that she does this. It's more towards Lorelei herself, like in a way of thank you for letting me have these flowers.
Okay.
And I think she does like think that as she approaches and puts it down. So maybe Harmonia will pick it up.
Just for funsies, roll me with advantage a religion check.
That's a 19.
A 19?
Yes, natural 19.
Okay. You place the flower down, you walk back, as in this case, Ramil was like kind of like quietly addressing to you because you're in a temple, so like echoing. The moment that you kind of like walk away, you think that you hear like you hear like a blow of wind, like, and then you actually would you turn around when you feel that?
I think so, yeah.
Then when you turn around, you notice that the little flower petal that you had left down actually is now like on top of the statue, kind of like in the hair of the statue.
So you left an offer in them.
Do I have any sense of what that might mean?
Well, it feels probably like as if someone appreciates the gesture.
Okay.
You remove a level of stress.
Yay!
You have been blessed.
So where is the statue of Siegfried?
That's a good question.
As you walk back, you know where it is. It's in the corner over there, off the map.
It's follow me. I'll show you to where it is.
Okay. As you go there, he immediately like takes out like a gold piece, puts it down, takes a candle and like lits it, and like those little, and like he makes an 8-pointed star shape, and then thank you, ladies.
I guess I just do this like this head bowed thingy to pay respect to the statue before I turn around to walk back, I guess.
Okay.
Anything else you'd like to see before we just start walking around?
Don't you have something fun? Like, this is religious and this is peaceful, but I thought at the academy they also did a lot of fun things with magic.
Oh, we definitely do. We could show you the defense against the arcane classroom.
Okay, interesting.
I don't think there's anyone there right now, but it's always fun to see potentials of what we do there.
Well, it could be fun if we do like a little training session. Like, I've been trying to like work on my spellcasting a little bit as well. So.
Oh, sure. Sounds fun.
Yeah.
You too?
Yeah. I'm not very apt at spellcasting, but I can do a few things.
Everyone has the potential to connect to the breath. I also prefer weaponry, but I have a natural affinity. And then he kind of like with the dragon claws, like.
For me, it's the other way around.
I
I more have a natural affinity with weapons.
see.
Magic just seems to come to me
Mm.
in sometimes the most chaotic ways there are, but still.
That I can definitely agree on.
Well, ladies, lead the way. I would
I
love
sort
to
of-
see.
Do I know the way?
I sort of
Yes.
Okay.
It's your.
But from here,
It's yeah, but I think you mentioning your chaotic ways like brings it like a smile on Naomi's face as she remembers back to the time you turned into the sheep. I don't say it, but
I mean, I guess I just kind of start to tell that story to Romeo. Like,
You what? Like now you're making your way towards you turned into a sheep.
yes,
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
how I did it. I don't know why I did it. It just
She also made the
happened.
entire like a good signs of the floor quite slippery, which made me fall down like 4 times.
I mean, yeah, but it also made them the creature. I don't know. It makes it harder for the creature to get to us. I mean, we still won in the end. So what does it matter?
I just love how you share this very specific, potentially dangerous thing as like a fun anecdote.
Yeah.
Creature. What
Yeah,
kind
we,
of creature?
We were attacked by what's it called again?
Okay.
An ankeg. So
Oh, those are nasty things.
There were more than one.
yeah, I guess there were 3.
Okay, I think so. Yeah.
Those are nasty creatures.
Yeah.
They also appear in the desert.
Well, we were at the vineyards at
Mm.
the time, so and the crystal was broken, which was kind of why we got to that place.
No, we went. We were there by.
No,
chance.
I had to pick up an order.
Yeah. But that's not because young cakes were there.
No, that's true.
No, it's
but
White Thunder.
They showed up as we showed up, so
Yeah. It was
Yes.
more.
the
unfortunate.
crystal was malfunctioning, so I guess that attracted them.
Crystal was malfunctioning.
Yes,
You remember Tolga?
Yes.
Yes, she designed, as far as I could know, a certain system that keeps all the negative magic
that
away.
protects the land from those kind of creatures.
But
Interesting.
But that system was malfunctioning.
Hmm.
So, I guess I think
Yeah.
that is the reason why they attacked, and that's when we actually met Taga and Rose.
Yeah.
You're actually walking past Einar's office at the moment.
But in the end, it all worked out and everything was fine again, and we defeated the creatures and the crystal was repaired again, so we'll all safe.
And you stopped being a sheep.
I mean, look at me, I'm not a sheep now, so
Yeah.
fortunately, I indeed stopped being a sheep.
You were a very fluffy.
I was a sheep for like a minute.
You were a very fluffy sheep, though.
I was a cute sheep.
Okay.
Die arme man, die hoort jullie gewoon ratelen en die denkt van...
Okay,
This is just gold.
Dit verhaal wordt steeds raarder.
It's fun to hang out with us. You will never be bored.
I can certainly notice that, especially after our little encounter.
I did slice up one of them really good, though.
Yeah.
Although, ladies, about adventure and trouble, I did keep an eye out on said warehouse. The warehouse is now vacated, by the way.
Oh.
So whoever was in there, they're gone.
We might have scared them off.
Well, or we gave them enough money to set up shop
I
somewhere.
mean, yeah,
else.
but still,
At least in the moment, it was the best option.
yes.
Yeah. So, is this the classroom?
Yes, it is.
There's, at this moment in time, no class being given. This is
So this-
Einar's classroom.
It's the day off, right? So no lessons are...
No lessons.
Okay. So, yeah, this is the classroom, and it's Ruben, Guy, and Sarah's classroom,
Oh, wow.
so we should be a bit careful. I don't think he appreciates us making a mess, but still, could be fun to try out a few things.
Okay.
We have special training areas for in the school, actually.
Yeah, you have there is of course the war room, but you can also go outside to the training field. However, also in this room also has like another side as well. And like there are training dummies to like practice spell casting at.
Mhm.
So you could set them up. I'm not going to bother changing the map, but if you wanted to.
No, it's more like what de Vita zei van, ja, het is wel Einar's classroom.
Yeah.
If we break something, it's probably not going to be good.
No.
So, like, we can certainly do some practicing or sparring, but are there more dedicated places for that?
Yeah, you could go to the training fields outside behind the school.
Yeah,
We could, but
I think that's better before something happens and we break something. And did we notice Einar in his office?
No, but there was like a cold sensation.
he's probably there.
I mean,
We should probably take this somewhere a bit safer.
Yeah.
because I don't think we want any trouble with him.
I sure don't. He's already been avoiding me ever since I
mean,
danced with him.
You see how he treats me, so let's take this outside.
He's been avoiding you?
Ever since we danced, yes. At least that's the
Dance? I didn't see you dance at the sunset.
Well, I danced with him outside. Because, well, he was dancing with Vita and then just left. And then the next round, I was supposed to dance with someone, but there was no second light beam. So I figured it was probably
Einar.
Einar. So I went after him and spoke with him. We danced.
I see.
Something happened and now he's avoiding me a little bit.
Awkwardly, he doesn't know, of course, the dynamic. Maybe he has a crush on you.
And he just makes like this
I jest.
horrified face, like, oh.
I doubt that.
I jest, of course. But you said something about a practice field?
Yes, let's go. See what
Since you wanted to do some practicing or
Yeah, I mean-
some sparring, I think that is a good place.
Okay. You wander out and you go to the backside of the academy. There's like an opening and then it connects up to the rest of the city. And we have this map for that.
Ooh,
So it's kind of like a dueling area.
cool.
You, as the second year, know that sometimes they do elemental duels here. As in the desert, it is possible to actually find elemental creatures, and these elemental creatures can be caught in balls of sand, fulgurite balls, and yes, and sometimes you have students that do practices here. Doesn't seem to be that is happening here because it's a day off right now, but maybe in the midday of the week they sometimes do have duels here.
Do they just have them lying around, or?
Think of it like as a familiar or pet.
Okay.
So kind of like what Sparky is, who is probably has been jumping back and forth a little bit, but remains a little bit more on your shoulder. Think of it like a familiar.
Okay.
Oh, there's such a fresh air here. So some practice.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's see what you've got.
There is probably a storage shed, net als een gymlokaal, met all kinds of stuff in it. So, what do you pull
training
out?
dummies and stuff.
Yeah, what do you pull out?
What kind of training would you like to do?
We could do some spellcasting or some shooting of arrows, or maybe like I did bring my rapier.
Let's start with some magic.
I'll go into the. Is it actually open?
It's open.
Okay, so I'll go in there and
This
I'll,
is like school facilities. So like,
yeah, okay. So I'll take out a couple of targets that are for, I guess, for spellcasting. Meant for spellcasting.
Yeah,
I'm assuming
training
I've
dummies.
yeah I assume there's different versions of the training dummies.
Yeah, there's maybe some that are more like human shape, like humanoid shape, and like more targets, actual like targets with like
it's
precision.
Different
Like
material,
actual
like
an arrow
Yeah.
targets.
fire resistant or something material. Okay.
So,
So you're the guest. Let's just see what you've got.
oh, so that's how you want to do this. Okay. You know what? We're gonna make this a little combat. Just for funsies, you two actually get to control Remiel. So I'm going to ask you two to roll.
Cool.
So,
Nice.
where is Remiel? Remiel, where are you?
He's gone.
Where's my mini?
I don't know.
Oh no, the man.
He was here not too long ago.
Oh, you know what? It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna yoink.
He didn't want to be here.
Here's a
today.
blue one. You do know that some of these dummies, especially the magical ones, can fight back. So, just that you know. We're actually just going for the funsies of it, going to roll for initiative for you guys. And you two actually control Remiel.
Of doet een van ons Remiel en de andere de dummies?
That's kind of fun. Sure. You know what?
Wait.
Who wants Remiel?
Ja, maar voor Remiel. Ik pak de dummies.
Oh, jij was gewoon bij me.
Moet ik nog iets... Is het gewoon mijn eigen...
I do have a natural one.
Yeah.
Oh, then Remiel goes last.
Is het mijn eigen initiatief? Of,
Doe maar je eigen.
nou, dan is het...
You have Firebolt, right?
14. Ik heb geen Firebolt.
You don't have Firebolt as a spell?
No.
Oh, okay, sure. Doesn't matter.
I have Ray of Frost.
Okay, then do that. Okay, so... Because Remiel was asked to go first, but it seems that he's a little slow. Well, ladies, I don't know exactly how this works, so I do like a good example. So, what did you roll for initiative?
3.
What did you?
9.
Okay, so we're just going to go 1, 2, 3, and then the enemies as last.
Okay.
So,
I guess Naomi would walk up to the closest one because she's not really having any ranged things. I think I would step one step up. Yeah, there, and I'll just
make an attack roll.
make an attack. And miss horribly with a natural 1.
The dummy actually kind of like...
You're like,
Oh, I know. You rolled the dummies out, so they're like on wheels, and so you didn't put in the brake, and so it just
Forgot
like.
to put on the brakes.
So I just turn around. I forgot to put them on the brake, and I just sort of like do that quickly, and I guess I'll action search
Okay, sure.
and try again for 15 to
Yeah,
hit.
that's gonna hit. Roll me just damage. See the impact on it.
All right, so that is 13.
Oh, okay, nice. I'm just gonna keep track of it. This is just more for funsies. But yeah.
Well, Vita obviously wants to show off. So,
Please use the spell slot. Please.
I
Trigger.
will definitely use a spell slot. But should I use Thunder Wave or Ice Knife? Let's go for Ice Knife.
Okay, Ice Knife. Because the targets are too far away from each other, you can't hit another one. So pick one.
I guess I'll just pick the first one.
Okay, sure. Hold on. Every creature within 10 feet.
5
feet. Okay.
I think it's 5.
5 feet.
Okay, then you're not gonna hit Naomi.
No,
Sure.
that's the reason I didn't pick Thunder Wave.
Okay. Cast
Thank you.
Cast
Thank
your
you.
spell.
Gods!
Nat 1.
Also was not on break.
Naomi!
Sorry!
Like Ramil's like.
Did you forget to put any of them on break?
I think so.
Then I guess she just runs up and just puts the brake on all of them.
Okay, you can't do that in the middle of combat. So what we're gonna say is that this one moves to this side and that one moves to that side, and then they settle somehow.
This is not how we give good examples, but I did just use a spell slot.
Yeah. So roll me your d20.
If you don't roll another 1, surely.
Don't tempt me. Ooh, 15.
Okay.
I'll
So
use another spell
now
slot.
it's Ramil's turn. I will help you with that. Ramil has his breath weapon. He can also use his rapier to like make a melee attack. So
Melee attack is a multi-attack.
yeah, he can actually hit.
I did
Alright.
I had to use action search.
Well,
Verschil moeten weten.
I think
My sword's bigger.
Well, yeah, let's start with the multi-attack thing then.
Then which one do you run up to? Which one does Ramil run up to?
Assuming they're now all steady,
Mm-hmm.
to one to the right.
Okay.
Oh, this one.
So and with 2 grand gestures.
Sure. Go ahead.
This is not our round.
Okay. Multi-attack
what
is
did you
actually
roll?
5
for a total of, because like.
for total of.
Oh, let me help you.
Yes.
So even kijken. Yeah, Akko's sword in this case, he adds +5 is 10.
10, yeah,
Okay.
okay.
A 10 would still hit this dummy. So it's like, it's not a very elegant hit, but it's a hit.
Okay.
And then you do have a second attack, so make your second swipe.
Alright, make the second swipe. Please be with me. I'm trying to give Ramil a good time here. Thank you.
Were you trying to give the ladies a good time?
Yes,
Okay.
indeed. +5 you said.
Yeah.
Then it's 19.
Oh, that second hit. Roll me 2d6 plus 3 for the total
Jesus.
damage.
Plus 6.
Yeah, +3 plus 3.
This is 11.
Oh, okay. So he like does an elegant, which wasn't that great, and then he's like, and then he like sticks it like right in the center, and like there's this electric coming from it.
Nice.
Wow.
Like a true practice round.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Thank you. And now the dummies actually get to attack back.
Yeah.
You get to decide which one, and in this case, these two, the two humanoid ones, just make 2 regular slash attacks. So roll me a d20 plus 4.
12.
Dat is 12.
That is not the AC of Ramil. Let me see.
No.
AC
It's
is
15.
15.
Yeah, so the dummy actually like comes up with like an arm, but like, and then you can pick another one.
And then the one next to Naomi hits back.
Yeah.
En dat is ook 12.
Messed ook.
This that one also misses, probably because of the wheel, and like it missed somehow. These 2 have ranged attacks.
Ja. They throw a ray of frost. 11 plus 4 is 15.
Op wie?
Vita.
Oké, raakt Vita 15 Vita?
I don't know. Yes.
Oké.
Oh, cool. Het is maar een D8 frost damage.
Ja.
Dat is 3 frost damage.
Great.
3 damage, 3 damage.
I wasn't paying attention.
And then the other one.
En die andere one die richt zich denk ik op Ramil.
Oké.
En dat is 14.
14 is niet slecht.
Nee.
Nee, die mist. Ducks.
Ducks Vita erachter.
No. No. I was paying attention.
I mean,
for a
if
second.
you look at the line.
Yeah, I suppose so. We go to you.
I'll try again to hit it for 16 to hit.
Someone comes to watch. 16. Yeah, that's gonna hit that one.
For 6 damage.
Oh, okay. That dummy, like it's still standing, of course, but like you did hit it solidly. Nice hit, sex reveal. Anything else?
Thank you. No.
Okay, then we have Vita.
Question. Scorching Ray, what's the radius?
Scorching
Ray is
Ray
3.
is 3 hits.
Yeah, but what's the distance from what I...
The covers the
you can hit
field.
everything.
If I can go and stand, like, here,
You
can
are.
I still hit, like,
You're then in
all
melee.
3 of them?
Yeah, then you would have disadvantage on all 3 of them.
Okay.
Als je 1 stapje achteruit doet,
Ja.
dan kan het prima.
Okay.
And then I cast Scorching Ray.
Roll me 3 3 attacks.
Bieboep.
On which
This one?
targets, by the way?
1,
D?
2, 3.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, that one is difficult to hit, has a higher AC, but those have 10.
Okay, then. The easiest ones.
Ja.
Oh, that's a natural 20.
Oké, maar je moet nog 2 keer raken.
That's an 18 plus 5 each time.
Okay.
And that's like a 2 plus 5, so that's an 8.
Okay, 1 misses, so that one misses.
Let's say this one misses.
And you roll double damage on that one and normal damage on that one.
Okay, hold on.
2d6.
2d6.
So 4d6.
Does anyone have a d6 I can borrow? Thank you. Okay, so 5, 10, 12.
Like, and like it's maybe a little bit too big of a fire, and like maybe like, oh, you're slightly overestimating the amount of fire. Like, whoa! Like, reveals like, watch out! And then you do the other one.
Ja, nog een keertje. Oh nee, wacht, dat zijn er maar 2.
Dat zijn er maar 2.
Want de ene was een net one.
Ja.
Huh? Oké.
De crit is dubbel dice.
De crit is dubbel
Maar dat is
dice.
dan dubbel 2, maar 2 toch? 2 d6.
Ja,
Dus-
2d6.
dus 2d6.
Ja.
Sorry, 2d6.
4.
Okay, solid. It's like
Eentje blaas je bij op en die andere.
okay. Then we have Vermeil again.
Yes.
Oh, stop. Spell.
Oh, yeah. 15.
Probeer
Okay. You can use Ties of Chaos for the memes, but
I'm
I
curious
can.
about Ramil's breath weapon.
okay. So his breath weapon is actually like kind of like a laser beam. So let me see. So what he could do is he could move to the side and then hit both of them with like a.
Then let's do that.
Okay. Then
Let's help him shine.
hold on, because I need to roll for that. Because it's a DC
Oh, yeah.
Constitution save.
Okay.
So. Both fail. So roll the damage.
Right, there's no specific... Or is that still a d6? The damage.
3d6 lightning
yeah,
damage
right.
on a failure.
Alright then. It's 7 damage.
Okay. With 7 damage, he blows this one to pieces after that you put it on fire, and then he blows it up. But
That's
the other
good
one,
teamwork.
yes, the other one is still standing. So,
Nice show.
yeah.
Good job.
Nice.
Okay, your turn.
Electrify.
That one is below half health, gets 2 attacks now.
2 attacks. Dat is een double slap. Dat raakt niet, dat is 6. En dit is 18 plus 4 is 22.
That's good.
Oh. En
Ja,
D6.
D6, ja.
Melee.
D6 plus 3.
Dat is 8 damage.
Ooh, 8 damage. It still gets like a solid hit on you.
Like one misses and the other one bang. En dan vliegen er eentje gaat naar Vita met een Ray of Frost en die andere gaat naar Remiel.
Dat is goed.
Die naar Vita is mis, dat is 8.
Yay!
En Remiel krijgt 16.
Oeh, ja, dat raakt hem wel.
Dat raakt
Dus,
hem wel.
nou ja, je krijgt even damage.
D8. 1 Frost damage.
Like,
Gods.
like it hits Remiel, but it's like, ow.
Gelukkig maar.
He just
He
got,
is a guest.
he got like hit on his hand.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
Valga.
you might just hit the wrong vein. Zzz.
Valga.
Iemand Naomi, maar...
Oh, sorry. Naomi.
Talga isn't here, although she's secretly sitting behind this bush with a radio control.
Having fun.
Time for the kill switch!
Will use a bonus action
Mhm.
to invoke my fighting spirit,
Hmm.
which gives me advantage, and I get some temporary hit points
Cute.
because I do not like to be hit like that again
My training dummy.
by a training dummy. So, and then I'm gonna try and hit it again. Which is 12 to hit.
12 does hit.
So that is 9 damage.
9 damage is 9 damage. Describe that to me. How do you knock this dummy over and like reveal its springs?
I guess I would stand there with my greatsword and sort of make like a precision cut, like from bottom to top, and just with like a battle cry to have like the fighting spirit. Like ha! And
Woo!
Finish it out.
yes. And then with my movement, I will go and stand in the melee of that one.
No!
Okay, now it's
Hold
your
on.
turn.
No, hold on. Eén, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah.
That's 15 feet to both of them, right?
Well, this one is on this square, so like
15, 15, 15, 15.
ligt
Ja.
eraan hoe ver Thunderwave mag, want dat is je bedoeling.
Ja,
15
15 feet.
5 foot cube is het toch?
Ja,
15.
I don't think you can make.
Dan kun je ze niet bijna raken, nee.
verdomme.
Dit is een origin from you,
Is it a
so...
cube or is it just...
It's 15 feet. It's a 15 feet cube.
Yeah, so let me quickly check.
I think so. It
Is-
would be it would be like this
What
like
if
this square.
Instead of here, I just go and stand here, then.
It doesn't matter.
But that-
No, you can't hit them both. I
You
checked.
cannot. This is too far away.
Okay.
No, you can't hit them both.
Then I guess I'll. Well, you've gone and stand there over there, so I can't use Thunderwave on this
You
one.
could still.
You could still do it.
Without hitting her?
Yeah, you could.
Mm-hmm.
But then you will
You
only...
can also just hit me.
So,
Well, that's not.
Thunder Wave allows you to do a square of like 3 by 3. So if you stand here, you can do this,
Yeah.
or you can hit that, but then that one is in it. But if you hit it like this, from this origin point, you don't hit her.
I'll try to hit this one, but I don't want to hit Naomi. So
That's fine.
it's fine from where I'm standing right now.
Yeah, that would be able to work.
Okay, then it's
What is your
not-
spellcasting DC?
13.
Well, that's a 2, so I fail. So blast your damage.
2d8. Hold on, d8. That's a 1. 6.
Ooh, okay. Well, you did a solid hit and you blasted, like, in this case, like 10 feet away. So it's like barely like still within the field.
Okay.
And once they've left the field, they deactivate technically.
Mhm.
You've cast a spell. However, first I'm going to do another dice roll. Oh, that's a natural 1.
Uh-oh.
You roll twice.
Oh no. That's an 11. And that's a 16.
Okay. The gemstone on your clothes, the one that Einar gave you, for a second it like it was just a little bit. And you felt a little strange. Continuing on. What does Remiel do?
I think Ramil is feeling pretty happy with how it's going thus far.
Mm-hmm. He's seen 2 impressive strikes by the ladies now, so he hits like a target as well. So.
Yeah, I think I'll be going with the what Echo's sword is that.
It's just a melee attack.
It's just a melee attack. I think I'll just go for the. Well, he didn't say specifically spellcasting, yes?
Yeah, true. It's not on the stat sheet, but if he can reach a character, he could try a new spell, which isn't on that thingy.
Okay.
So,
Do you have suggestions?
yeah, Shocking Grasp.
Shocking Grasp.
But it's a
That's a
melee
melee.
spell.
Yeah.
I know, dus dan moet hij toch een melee staan.
Oh,
True. Yeah.
Alright, then let's try that.
Okay. It's not on the thing because he hasn't mastered it. But roll me a d20.
10.
And then we add his charisma stats to it, which is, in this case, plus 2 is 12. So that would hit the 12. So what happens is that he's, in this case, like... and roll me 1d8 of damage.
1d8.
He has some electrifying fingers.
Yeah.
Do I should be able to read this. Oh, it's a 1.
Well, it's 1 damage. He hasn't mastered the spell yet. He's having some complications. It's not as impressive as the attack that literally came from his mouth as he shouted.
Just some static.
But it's a little bit more controlled.
It's more like just like a static shock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Okay,
Alright.
moving on to the targets.
Dus hij kijkt er waarschijnlijk een beetje kritisch naar van...
Yeah.
That one will throw a ray of frost on you.
You can throw
Again?
two. You can throw 2 because he's below half health.
So 1 on you and 1 on you. Jij bent de tijgerstreep. 16 plus 4 is dirty
Ja.
20.
Die sowieso.
En de Obi is de andere. Dat is 10 plus 4 is 14. Jammer.
Verdomme.
Je krijgt een D8 damage. Het is maar 1 frost damage.
Oh.
En die kan denk ik ook al een klap verkopen aan Remiel, toch?
Ja,
Graag niet.
helaas.
Why am I the only one getting hit?
Okay, Talga.
You just such a delightful time.
Naomi.
Talga is indeed.
I will step closer.
Yep.
Again. Just 12 to hit.
That hit.
For 10 damage.
Oh, give me a good description how you knock it off the field.
I guess I would as I step closer make like I see that it's already pretty damaged, right? So instead of like going for a full strike, I think I'll just sort of like like do like a stab, but instead just put it like against it and then just shove it
Yeah.
off the field.
Oh, that's nice. And then we have Vita.
I am going to use magic missile on the last one.
Okay, sure. Well, let's
It
guarantee.
always hits, so I don't need to roll for that one.
And you need to roll me for damage.
1d4, right?
Yeah.
Per dart.
Yeah,
so
3d4.
3. Let's put it
on my way.
Just stay. I'm not trying
Couldn't get a hold of them.
Ooh, nice.
5 plus 4 is 9.
Plus, I mean, it's
Plus-
plus 1 for each.
Plus
Yeah.
1 for each, so that's
12.
12.
Sounds solid.
That is solid. Describe to me how you unleash your arrows. What do they look like?
I guess I'll just, like with Thunder Wave in my head, she does like this clap and then just poof. But this is the same thing, but as soon as she like lets go of her hands, there's like 3 arrows that form and then just shoot out. And they just hit the target like full in the where the heart should be, like all 3 of them.
And well, and now you roll me because it's a level spell twice at the moment.
That's a 3.
Okay, but you still need to roll again,
Okay.
only on a 1 technically.
6.
Okay, so you do feel a little strange, as if something isn't entirely in control right now.
Wait.
It feels
Okay.
off. Like you feel a little bit of like pain in your fingers. For now,
That's
you roll
a
2
stretch.
dice. For now, you roll 2 dice. Until I say it's not anymore the case.
Like right now?
No.
Every time you have
Every
to
time.
roll for it.
In the next session.
Hold on, let me write this down.
Well, that is the entire the duel situation. The dolls, the puppets, like they're kind of like mechanical spring things. So at some point they kind of like put themselves upwards again, and they kind of just like roll back to the thing. One of them definitely needs repairs. The one that Falga hit, the one that Naomi hit quite hard. So yeah. Well, that was solid. Oh, ladies,
That was fun.
You can certainly, yeah.
You're not so bad yourself.
Thank you. I've still been trying to. The thing is that I can shoot lightning from my mouth, just like from like.
I noticed. It was very electrifying.
But it leaves my throat kind of hoarse. So I've been trying to practice like more practical, just for my hands, and it's still a little difficult.
It was successful.
It worked. Let's keep it at that.
Well, we're all here for practice, so
Well, that was fun.
yeah, it was really fun.
Yeah.
We should do it again sometimes. I think this is good for us, the practice.
Well, I still be around town for some time, so I could always visit another time. Or
Sure.
why don't you and your other 2 roommates, I believe,
Yes.
why don't you visit the Drake House soon? And you can see the bonding, perhaps.
Great, yeah. Sounds amazing, but if we want to practice some more, you're always welcome here.
That's appreciated, but maybe if I have another day off. Quite
Sure.
busy.
No, it's no pressure. Just an open invitation.
Thanks. Naomi notices that Jorah, who's you've seen before, who you've also danced with. They're kind of like looking at you, and like they were kind of like eyeing your performance. Just so you know. Until at some point they probably leave.
Okay.
Okay.
So that was fun. But let's take a break. With a little extra excitement.
Yeah, I mean, we could visit the cafeteria, see if we can get anything to drink there.
Sure. Lead the way, ladies. There's no map for the cafeteria. But,
No, but I guess I know the way, right? So just lead them out of there.
yeah. When you get to the cafeteria, you notice that Kathleen is there. Kathleen is there. She's not like behind the counter, but just like she seems to be there, kind of like helping out.
I excuse myself. Ramil and Naomi. I always wanted to say Tolga. Naomi. And I walk up to Kathleen and like, hey Kathleen, what are you doing here?
Oh, hi. How have you been in your first week?
It's been amazing. I did so well on this art project that I had to present it. It was great.
Oh, how great. What was it about?
We had to make art that was... We had to like kind of visualize what our magic feels like.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just did what came up to me, and it's just like a lot of colors, and
Mm-hmm.
it was a bit abstract, I think, but the teacher really...
For some reason, I'm picturing Vita just having a paint bucket on a string and just...
Yeah, it was kind of, I guess it was kind of like that, and like also some like finger painting and whatever.
Like actual chaos.
Actual chaos,
Yeah.
yes. She, at one point, she even walked across the canvas and everything.
Yeah,
so
just
she was
literally
covered.
that, just
She was
rolling
covered
around.
in paint after each session, but the teacher really appreciated it, and they even asked if they could keep it. So
Okay, I guess that happened.
I'm just.
Well, she did
going
roll
on.
the natural 20 on the,
Yeah,
on the
I
thing,
mean-
so...
True.
I am expecting it to hang in the classroom every time I walk in.
She rolled a 19.
No, I
No.
rolled a natural 20.
On that, she rolled
Yeah.
a natural 20.
Let me see.
Was it? What?
Yeah, right.
I wrote down 24. For what is
Oh,
it?
Oh
it was
no,
a
it's
19,
it was
yeah.
a 19. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
What did I roll my natural 20 on?
Something else. But you did roll a natural 20.
Yeah,
I can't
Doesn't
remember. Now I can't remember.
doesn't matter.
Great work. Well, it seems that you've already have been putting in the effort.
I definitely am. It's been a great first week. I didn't think it would go that well, but
Roll me a quick insight check.
Oh my god.
18.
She didn't answer your first question.
But how are you? How has your week been?
Oh, here and there, tending around the temple, tending around the palace and doing some deliveries. Just a normal week.
But you're all right.
Yeah, of course.
Are you sure?
Dan moet je me nog een insight check rollen.
10.
She seems to be alright.
Okay.
But I thought I was a little hungry, so I wanted a sandwich. So.
But then, how'd you end up here?
Oh, I just had to drop something off at Einar's office.
Oh. Well, it's great to see you. If you want to join us, we're just here to get something to drink after a training session.
Oh, that sounds lovely.
We're over there, and then she leads her to Naomi and to Ramil. This is Naomi. She's one of my roommates.
Hi.
Addresses you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Do take care of my Vita.
I don't know her, right? So.
No.
Your name is?
Oh, my name is Kathleen. I'm the head attendant over at Einar's Palace.
Okay.
And Vita here is also one of the ladies who's also employed. So.
Yes, that I heard, yes.
I'm like standing next to her, like, yeah. And this is Prince Ramil. He's visiting us.
And hi, and there's the greeting. Prince Ramil from Bristolfur Highlands? Yep, the only one. I was here invited by Vita. And Kathleen
And I'm like, yeah.
I'm like this here is Sparky.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's this mini drape on my shoulder.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Interesting. So, and I assume that you take the time to have some food. Do you want to talk about something specific with Kathleen?
Not really, just actively let her participate in the conversation and
I think you just have a lovely conversation about your little training exercise.
yes, yeah.
All right. After that you've done this, I think that Ramil will say goodbye and well, ladies, it was a very lovely day with the two of you. And maybe I'll come to visit soon. But, well, like I said earlier, I'm quite busy, but you can typically find me around the Drake house.
We will definitely come. I
Yeah.
think perhaps the next time we have a day off.
Then I wish you a pleasant day, ladies.
You too.
You
Thank you
too.
for coming.
I make a bow.
Yeah.
Also will make a bow. Kathleen also addresses you. Well, I think I'll be heading back to the palace again. So, do keep an eye out on my Vita, and I'll see you soon.
Yes, I'll visit soon.
Yes, that would be great. And then, good evening, ladies.
Good evening.
You retreat back to your common room, and later in the evening, two others arrive. They were brought by carriage by another driver. This time it wasn't Amidon, it was another Lionfolk. And you have made your way back to the common room.
So, how was your day?
How's the gardens?
Did you see the prince?
Yes, he was very accommodating.
Oh.
Unfortunately, the news is quite worrying. It seems that whatever afflicted the vineyard is happening here as well and turning the garden black. So I have something to deal with Einar, but that will be fine. Otherwise, it was a lovely day.
The gardens are beautiful.
I would like to see them
Yeah.
sometime. Yeah.
We have actual waterfalls, you know.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
They always make me pee. I have to pee. Not really. It's
Such a random thing
they
to
make
say.
me want to have to pee. Yeah. That's what I always think of when I see waterfalls.
Well,
Sorry, just a random thought.
yes, they are all in the shape of a giant lion.
Cool.
Just slight confusion here.
I mean, don't any of you have the urge to pee when you hear
Well-
or see?
Well, sometimes when I drink a
Running.
lot, yes.
I mean, yeah, you understand my
Running
reasoning,
water
right? Or am I
does
just
do that,
weird?
but it's a bit odd to state this.
I mean,
at this point, Talga,
you
is anything
have
really
known
odd?
me for a while now, so
I'm afraid I do, yes.
What is that supposed to mean?
what? I always say these kinds of things.
That's true. You say a lot,
Mm-hmm.
but it's fine. How was your date with the other prince?
Did you say date?
They
Mm-hmm. You said date.
said they.
It was great actually. We showed him the temple, and then we got into a little sparring session, a practice session, and afterwards we had.
We met her boss.
Yeah. Kathleen was
Oh,
here.
I think you mentioned the name a while ago.
Yeah, Kathleen. She was here. She
I
had to
see.
drop something off for Einar, so she came
Lovely
to say
lady.
hello. Yeah, she's great.
Oh, looks like you had a lovely day.
and we've been invited, and you two as well, to come and visit the Drake House
Oh,
sometime soon.
Something with the bonding
Bonding,
happening
yeah.
right now.
Yeah, I
Cute.
think. What did you say? Two eggs were hatched.
Yeah, two of the eggs already hatched, and they were in this bonding phase or something. Ramil said it was great to watch, so we should perhaps go next time we have
we'll
day
keep it in mind then.
Definitely. Which reminds me, which Sentinel Stewards with the ward, what's it?
Sentinels.
Sentinels.
The cops.
The cops. Which reminds me, Naomi,
Yeah.
apparently the Sentinels could use a weapon master who could teach them some discipline to handle a better hand in our own city.
You see like a smirk.
It was requested by Amidon.
With specifically requested by Amidon.
Yes, and we immediately thought of you.
Well, I mean, I am one quite known for my weapon mastery and discipline, so I guess that makes sense. So I try to divert the context a little bit.
He knew who you were before we even mentioned you. That's what by name. So
by name, right?
Tell them he's in the one with the muscles.
That's something. So, I believe the description was the one with the muscles.
Oh!
It is one
That's
of your.
quite the compliment, Naomi.
It's one of your more striking features. Yeah.
Yes, that's true, I guess.
So you are most welcome to show off your
Muscles.
muscle discipline.
My discipline. Yes. Okay.
How does
You
that make?
should show
How
off
does
your
it make Naomi feel? Is she like? Is it like? Is it a compliment to her or more like an insult?
The muscles.
Yeah.
It's a compliment.
Okay.
She worked really hard for it,
Mm.
but she's like she's. I envision her more not necessarily like a bodybuilder muscles, but more like well trained,
Like defined.
defined. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. Then you still have muscle.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean not like
Yeah, no.
not like very big, but more really toned.
Yeah, toned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
I think
so
that's also
that
what we implied.
invitation, recommended invitation stands.
I see. For the Sentinels, was it, right?
Yes.
Dat was ook bij de Drake House, toch?
Might be a double date.
Delightful.
A double day, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, ladies. That means that we're going to close off this day. Because we just have a few more minutes, we're going to roll for the next first week. So Naomi has stress level 0, Rose has stress level 0, Valga has stress level 0, and Vita has stress level -1.
Yes.
So, and you pick me another skill, so not the one you've used previously. So you cannot use athletics, you cannot use arcana, you cannot use nature, and you cannot use persuasion.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Investigation.
I think.
First, you tell me the topic. So
Topic.
still
It's
defense.
still.
You're allowed to pick another one.
I think I'll go for divinity. Give Lorelai a chance too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if from the investigation point of view, wanting to improve it and get more answers.
Okay. What do you pick?
I still do weapon mastery,
Okay.
but going with survival, trying to embody the training, the teachings that. Trying to put myself into our teacher's shoes and trying to look at it from a survival perspective instead of a discipline perspective.
Okay.
I'm going for defense against the arcane.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm choosing performance, as in, like, actively acting out the stance or the movements when you make a spell.
Okay. Valga.
I'm picking weapon mastery. I'm also going to use survival, roughly for the same reasons, but more particular looking at how to best survive in the desert against particular creatures or roaming bands of villains and
Okay.
40 thieves.
Okay. Roll for me all.
Ooh,
Oh no! Oh no!
dat is gunstig.
Wait, what? No!
You suck.
What did you roll?
12 plus 4 from survival plus 2 for the weapon mastery is 18.
18. Nice.
14 plus 4 is ook 18.
Ook nog ja. Weapon Master krijg je ook nog +1 op, hè?
Ja, dus dat is plus 1 plus 3, want survival is plus 3.
So 18. Okay, investigation for divinity.
4 plus 2 is
Oh.
6. I am doing amazing.
It's much worse.
You should study!
But you did rest, so you lost all your stress points, so it's not
Yes.
going further. And you?
No,
Vita.
Vita.
What's the bonus I get with my -1
Um,
stress?
plus 1.
yeah, +1.
Plus 1, okay, so that's a 2 plus 3 on performance is 4, plus 1 on defense is 5, plus 1 is 6.
Oh,
So.
okay. So, in simple, Naomi did excellently this week. Just as Talga, you both got 18. So I assume that you teamed up during that situation. And Thamantos was very impressed by both your techniques and your practical use, as in that lesson he had set up a little environment in the desert, like a practice environment, and like you were very focused on like finding water and resources, while you were like more like in scanning and navigating the land, and you did excellently. So he looks very impressed on that one, and also can appreciate the actual specific survivalist perspective on it. Rose.
Yeah.
I think at some point you kind of, it's not really a lecture, but I think that Lorelai asks you after class, and like it's like, we're gonna play that out for a second. So I'll first get back to Vita. Vita also is asked into her office, and like Einar is like, I hope you're not slacking.
I definitely am not, but I'm just feeling off this week. I'm not sure what it is, but something just feels wrong.
Her mind is a remedial.
True.
I don't know what it is. I mean, last week was great, and then this week, I don't know what exactly happened, but I just feel off.
Well, you have to keep it under control.
I am trying.
Yes, you almost scorched down that bookcase. Be a little bit more careful.
I will.
Good. Off you go.
Rushing out of the office.
You may leave.
I think that Lorelai at some point puts a note in front of you, like, see me after class. And, well...
Glancing at it warily.
Yeah. Let's have this conversation. And, like, are you alright?
No.
Do you wish to talk about it? She doesn't seem very inviting on, like, her appearance, but she does, like, ask you, do you wish to talk about it?
Yeah. Keeping it to myself doesn't really seem to help either, so...
Shall we head to the temple? Otherwise you remain in her office.
Mm-hmm.
And why don't you share your concerns also with Harmonia? Tell me.
This is striking because I've been feeling out of touch with Harmonia, among other things.
Why do you say that?
I usually feel like this special, gentle connection with her, like a guidance.
Yes.
And it hasn't been there at all. My necklace is showing it, and I don't know what it means.
I suppose it means that the path that you were following was different than Harmonia had perhaps envisioned. There's always a possibility for a conflict of faith, and it doesn't always mean a bad thing. It means that one action that you were thinking of or considered wasn't in the true nature of how Harmonia would have wanted it. But doesn't mean that you shouldn't follow that path. It is just that she is wary of that path.
I see. I know what decision of consideration you're talking about. I have a personal goal.
Will you share it with me?
I guess everyone's heard about Kilcary.
Yes.
And only my mother and I, well, technically my father too, because he's already moved out of town. But we survived it because we weren't there when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
But my twin sister was. And last week, I I've been searching for answers for years, and last week we entered this oracle shop with this kind old lady, and she offered a reading, and well, she practically burned her fingers on the crystal orb, and this big portrait and empty image of a card filled up with the void. And are you familiar with that card? With, like, the deck?
Like, goes through the book and then shows you that same image. In this case, are you talking about this? And then shows you a drawing of that.
Exactly that. Except it was alive, and my sister was in that thing. And next thing I knew, the lady freaked out and refunded me and pushed all of us out of the store. So basically, I'm left with... Snow White is stuck in a void somewhere. The lady mentioned an edge. And that was it. And I don't know what it means. I haven't been able to find anything in the books on it yet. And it's been... Well, I haven't been getting much sleep, and I can't concentrate.
Do you believe your sister to be dead?
No.
That should be a reassuring answer on its own, when you think about it. Because it means that your sister could be rescued.
True.
I'm not quite sure what this edge means. But it sounds important.
It sounded important to me, too. I guess it should be reassuring that seeing her in a manner for the first time in a long time, that she is still out there. But it's a twin thing. We see when we have a certain connection, we can feel each other, and I sensed she used to be radiant. She used to be effortless. In it, she was practically broken. It's hard letting it go without knowing where to go, where to find her.
I can understand your struggle. I suppose you could keep investigating that sensation and that feeling, but that could put yourself in danger. Maybe even in situations that Harmonia does not agree with. However, Harmonia is also the lady of gentle passage. That also means that those who cannot attain a gentle passage, to help them by any means necessary. If what the theory that you have is that your sister is still out there, that means that she can be rescued.
Yes.
I think you should keep faith in that you are able to find her. And perhaps if you keep following that path and keep following that sensation, maybe you'll find more answers. But that could be a dangerous road, so do not go on it alone.
Will Harmonia stick around, so to speak?
I don't think that Harmonia has given up on you. I don't think that would be the case. But consider the well-being that you care for your sister, also for others, also for strangers, people down on their luck, people who feel bad or are suffering through a situation that they cannot have full control over. Empathy is one of her domains.
Makes sense.
I sense that your necklace blackened when you forgot to feel empathy for someone. Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Then that is something that you should consider. There are situations that you cannot have empathy for everything, especially when people have hurt you or people that you care about have been hurt. But you should never take that as the first opportunity Violence is never the right answer, not to Harmonia. It would be to her counterpart, but not to Harmonia.
It's just the thing is, I understand that, but Harmonia has forever. I've been bearing this torn burden for years now. It's not just a sister thing, it's a twin sister thing. I'm not whole without her. I can't do this without her.
What I do when I feel alone is that I draw or write my feelings out. And while you say that Harmonia has forever, that's not always the case. Sometimes there are times that Harmonia also has had loss.
Is that possible?
Of course. Her story isn't written in only gentle passage. Her original story was that she had to sacrifice someone and give them a gentle passage, while she may have wished for them to stay with her forever.
And that's how she became the idol of the ungentle passage.
Yes, she had to sacrifice the one who she loved the most, Mortimus,
Right.
the idol of violent suffering and gruesome passage. He followed a very different path in life, yet she loved him regardless. And she eventually had to grant him a gentle passage into the afterlife, while she had to stay alone. I think you have more in common than you might think. While she desperately may be in search of a way to help him, you are desperately in search to find your sister. You have more in common than you think.
Well, I may have separated myself more from her than necessary. I get it. I will keep it more into consideration.
I understand your struggle, and sometimes you just have to talk to someone. Know that I'm always here for you. And I'm not supposed to do that, but she goes off to like one of the temple's scriptures, and she takes out a scroll and she hands it to you. In case you're in a desperate situation, read the text on it, and then Harmonia will give you a little push. It's a scroll with a bless spell.
Very nice. Okay. Thank you. That means a lot to me right now. This is what I needed today. I hope I will count on that. Then the next coming week will be better.
Has your perspective on Lorelei changed?
Yes.
You get advantage in the next week.
Mm-hmm.
So,
All right.
just know that.
Yay.
And I do think that with this conversation, we end this session for now, as we pick up on your day off.
Yay.
Yay! Weekend. Or
Well, midweek. They call it Zenith Day because it's the day that the sun is the brightest and the harshest.